Okay. Ugh. Try this again. Hey, Kalika. Hello. Come on. Just don't knock my stuff over, please. Kalika insists on being on Mommy's lap. See her? Brat kitty! Kalika brat. Kalika brat. Kalika. Unbelievable. Holy mother. Yeah, she might like walk across the screen. Don't be surprised. She's pulling it. If she does, I call that pulling a pickles. Because that always gives us giggles too. Uh-oh. He's complaining to somebody on the phone. Oh, Alicia. He was probably telling Alicia, we're trying to set it up, but this stupid thing's being stupid. Giving us crap. Are you going to lay down? Or are you going to do this? I got to walk all over Mommy a million times first, like she always does. Silly cat. Ugh. Kalika, why don't you astral project to the jackasses and rake your nails across their nuts a couple times? Maybe then they'll fucking behave and do something.
I went on to Securus Technologies, the company that supposedly it's owned by another company.
Oh boy.
But Securus is the one who's supposed to be handling or actually running GTL. And
Uh-oh.
JPay. So I went and set up an account on their account.
Oh.
Their website. Just so I could say, why don't you go fix your goddamn shit? You fucking morons.
Yeah. So yeah, Pops is on fire today, as we know. Before I forget, let me say this. I light this candle and ask and give this incense as an offering. Please continue to send endless healing energy to Alicia so that she can get better and finally get rid of whatever's making her sick and, invading her body right now. So it's, one less thing to worry about because, it's my daughter too. And I think she runs herself too ragged. Sometimes, and I want to believe that she takes breaks. And I hope she does. But I know that a lot of times she's just so burnt out, just even mustering the energy to get through a day is easier said than done kind of thing. So I hope that this energy I'm sending her helps and whatever the cost. I don't care if I have to burn through the entire box in every color, of the candles to make sure that she has the best, healing energy that I can send her and hope that it helps. Okay, Kalika Brett's finally settled down, so as you can see, she's laying across Mommy's lap. So I can't move now. I'm officially cat paralyzed. Because if I move, then she's going to, jump up and think that means that I want her to get down. So whenever I sit down, I have to make sure I sit down in what's going to be the most comfortable way for me for the longest period of time. Yeah.
Is Brooke on?
Yeah. Yeah, Brooke's on.
I just had an idea. Thinking about seeing if I could find a lawyer who wants to do a class action lawsuit against them. And do a separate lawsuit individually for damages. Can't see him. He can't see us. When everything, all the studies show, more interaction they have with family and friends,
the better they do.
The Better they do.
Yep.
See if maybe we can't get Securus Technologies to go broke.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
And actually put it up to the parent company, Eventive.
Mm-hmm.
Sue the goddamn parent company.
Yep.
That way everything underneath them goes broke.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they would think twice before they messed with this family again, huh? They'd be like, "Oh no, we ain't messing with them again. You better give them what they want," you know. But he's basically saying, you know, the highest that you can go. Yeah, yeah, that's probably the one from 2 to 2:30, I would imagine, right? Yeah, because Michael just told her that it does show that that there is a visit set up. So we're trying, Michael, honey. We're trying. It's
Tell him I
just
was trying to get for a full hour, 2 to 2:30, and then 2:30 to 3, but the goddamn system's down again.
yeah, yeah. Make sure Michael knows that we did try to get an hour from 2:30 to 3 or whatever, 3:30, and it's the system because it's jacking us around. We weren't able to, so I guess we're just lucky that we was even able to get one visit, and it's only going to be for a half an hour. So, but with the fact that Sissy is sick, I don't know if she's going to make it or not. Yeah, we have the first one, which is 2 to 2:30, I think. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, look what we just went through just to get one. So it's just, I'm telling you, this is the kind of stuff that makes it so hard for me to fight the temptation of going dark side on these motherfuckers and take them all out, because they're not just doing this to us and our family, Brooke. They're doing it to how many others? How many loved ones are wanting to see their people in there and they can't because they're probably getting the same jacked around, you know? Goddess in heaven. Anyway, so I don't know. Just, let Michael know too that I hope that his visits that he's got set up with you don't get messed up, when you come in March, because I just don't really trust them at this point, because look what they're doing to us. And somebody needs to light the right fires under the right AWSs to get this sorted. So, they can't do it to people anymore. Yeah. Okay, good. Good. Sorry, I forgot. You was trying to explain that, but see, I'm just in my own anger and frustration. I don't know what the hell they're going to do next, So I'm glad your visits are okay and they can't mess with those and try to take them away or something. Oh, man. Ow. This thing is not easy to open. This is that one glass that me and Maria have the same glass. Oh, crap. Well, I either got bit under here or I got a freaking pimple that's giving me trouble. Sometimes I can't tell because, it's weird to me that pimples tend to itch, because usually itching means bites, that I'm getting bit by these damn confounded bed bugs and crap. I just wish that, GTL and whoever else would get their shit together and stop putting people through this. So you know what? If Pops can get a class action suit against them, it's like, sign me up. I'll do it, because I guess it's time to utilize all the power that we do have out here and start researching just how much damage we can do to them because of how much damage they're doing to us and other families. Uh And we're supposed to go out sometime today. And oh no, that's right. He got it. Never mind. My brain is so fried over this. It took me a second to go. No, it's already been done. Um, Pops went out and got the See, I just barely moved, and Kalika thinks that means that she's got to get down. So okay, whatever, cat. I just wanted to pop on my Capital One and see what I have left. And if I have, still around about the amount that I thought I would have left, then I might go ahead and get me, the a couple of the bigger bottles of resin, so I'll be able to get more out of them. Okay, Janet, think for a minute. Brain work, because a lot of times I don't want to. It's like, where are my glasses? Sitting on the table next to me. Where else? And Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of this week are going to be busy because we have so many appointments going on. Yeah, that's not too bad. I still got 42.21 on my checking, and then 49.53 in my savings on Capital One. So the savings right now, as much as I've been trying to build it up, it's kind of mad money too. And if we need it for something and it's enough of an emergency, then I have to transfer whatever amount I'm wanting to transfer from my checking, or sorry, my savings back into my checking, or we can't get access to it. So 42.21. So that's good. Give me a minute here. We'll go ahead and go into show me my wish list.
Here's what I found.
Okay. I don't know how far down I'm going to have to go by doing it this way to find the bigger bottles of resin. Okay, it's not there. Let me do it this way.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee! Wouldn't that be one to have? Holy crap! Yowza! Yeah. Imagine if that was a set and you could get that much resin. That would be a pretty penny. Let me scroll down here. Okay, here's some of the ones I've gotten before. But I think I'm going to have to go as cheaper than that. Okay, see, here's this set. And it's only $26.99. It has coaster molds, silicone molds kit, pigment, and wood. Okay. How about that? Oh, wow. Check this one out. Look at all the stuff you get in that one. That's looking like the one that I'm going to have to go for, because it's, these are, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Okay. It's saying that there's 16 full ounces, but they're saying that these are 8-ounce bottles. So if I get this one, I don't want it to be another like the small ones that I already have. Oh boy, let me go back and see some others they have here. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. I wonder how many pieces I could get out of this one. Look at that. That looks like a whole freaking gallon. It is. It says 32 ounce. Here's one 1 gallon epoxy kit. I can't get that one though. It's too much. 32 ounce epoxy kit, $29.98. So I'm gonna keep scrolling and try to get, spend as little as possible because I only have, 40 something left. Okay. Let's see, what size? Okay, these are 16 ounce, but if they're not like, this one's only $17.99. And they're 8 ounces. Ugh! Because, see, I can't, let's see, I don't think I can. Oh, wait a minute. Here's one that I was going to get. This is one that I've gotten in the past before. This top one, oh, fudge nuts. Where'd that go? Here, let me bring it up bigger so you can see it better. This is one that I have gotten before. And it's this at least is 32 ounces each bottle. So that means each bottle is 16 ounces. And this is the one that's like $31.99 right now. So if I get that one with, taxes, any taxes and stuff. Yeah, I know. 42 ounces. And like I said, I will still check that one out. But right now, I'm trying to go as cheap as I can, but as good quality and, as large of an amount that I can get. Okay, now how do I add it to the cart? Here we go. Add to cart. Ow. Ow. Okay. Here we go. Okay. You are getting free overnight delivery. What? Oh, 39. Yeah, that's good, honey. This one's $31.99. According to this, I'm getting overnight delivery. Okie dokie. Let's do this, I guess. Because my obligations have been met. I got the rent paid. And now that I know that these 8 ounces are this tiny, I mean, $34.39. That ain't bad. Shipping and handling, $2.99. Free shipping, so they take $2.99. Okay, that's confusing because it says shipping and handling, then it says free shipping. Make up my mind. $31.99 before tax, $34.39 with tax. Okay. Place order. Yep, that's me. Overnight, 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Oh boy, I'm going to have to get up early in the morning. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll be a zombie and I'll probably be quiet. I don't know if I'll be able to say anything to them. I usually try to do friendly banter when somebody brings me a package. But check this out. I think you would like this one. This is a set of mica powder. Check out all those colors. That's a lot of colors. Yeah. Very pretty. Is ink oils still on here? Resin kits, ink oils. Because I don't feel like, trying to find it on my kit. Okay, let's see if I can find the one of those that I put in my wish list. Oh man, there's so many of them. It's hard to. Oh wow, talk about a nice kit to have. Shiminy. Ding! Look at all the kits, all the stuff you get. Ah! All the stuff you get in that one. It's like, gee, many Christmas. They have it in purple and pink. What's the difference? But anyway, so my resin will be here overnight. Yay. I really hope I can get some of these pieces sold quickly because it's breaking me just to get the materials right now. Goodness sakes. But, this is kind of, for me, this is part of the trial and error too. Of, I wish that I could picture in my head before I made these purchases sometimes about, like, okay, it's a nice inexpensive price, but 8 ounces is only that big, So is it even worth it? So at least I'll be able to do, I think I'm going to stick with the small pieces. You want to help me pick a color? Pick a mica color to use with the kit that you sent me? And I'll let you know if it's one that I haven't used yet. Oh no! Whoops! Don't mind me. I'm just ripping my box all to Haiti hoop. Oh, now that's gonna fall down. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Jesus! I just ripped this box down the side. Okay. But see, like, even for a little kit, like, it's not bad. The one I got today, it's got gold, copper, and silver leaf stuff in here. It also came with this, and it has that pretty aqua color. It's got droppers. It gave me this thing, which is the mat that you put your resin pieces on. So it's not bad. It's still a nice little, for it being as small as it is, it's a nice little kit. Okay, we have this color, which I haven't done yet. I've done some of the gold, done some of the blue. I've done the light green, done the black. Where you at, black? There you are. Okay, the colors I have not done yet in the mica. White, a dark pink, the light, kind of light orange. This is kind of looks like it's maybe a copper color. And then this is like a little slightly darker pink. Now I have done some pieces in pink, but I only have that one right now, really. The big one, that's the one that bends and it's pliable and it's not supposed to be. So what do you think? Copper, rose, white, red, the pink. Which pink? This one or this one? I think you're saying this one, right? Because that is a pretty pink. Pink and white or pink and black? Okay, if we do pink and white, then it's liable to make the pink a lighter color. But pink and black, I don't know. That's definitely one I haven't tried. Ooh. What color should we do for this one? Remember, I was going to add another color in this one. This has got the pink and the gold mix. So should I maybe, whatever color I decide to cast, should I use it on this? Because, I mean, if the pink and black's going to look pretty together, then yes, I absolutely would love to do it. Because this one, I don't know. This one to me seems like probably about the closest to a red that this kit has. Because this one to me is more an obvious pink, So, I'm trying to make a decision. Ooh, I should do another set of wands, yeah? You want me to try the pink and black? Because, I mean, I could always do like a small amount in a container and see how I like the color. And if I don't like it, then at least it's just a small amount. And I would probably just go ahead and pour it in this. And this will definitely be a unique one-of-a-kind round Zodiac coaster / lid to the Zodiac colors. Okay, let's try the pink and black. and see what we think of it. And I'll keep the white out too. Okay. So I'll have the pink, the black, and the white. I hope the pink and black turns out. I really do, because I love those colors myself. Now, another question. Whoop! Oh, looky, glitter. Should I do this set with crystal bits or without crystal bits? Should I do the wands with the crystal bits like I did the last batch? Because if I'm going to do that, I tend to try and gravitate towards a lighter color like the first batch of wands came out, because that way you can still see the crystals really good and the color's not so dark. Wands with crystals? Okay. You want to help me pick the crystals or just do the ones that I feel drawn to do? I'll name the crystals to you again, the crystal colors, because this is fun. I mean, this is a way to make it fun, right? Kind of sort of doing it together, getting your input. And okay, in this one we have lapis lazuli, which of course is the pretty blue. We have green agate, labradorite, tiger eye brown and gold, or I should say tiger eye typical, amethyst, citrine.
You and Brooke.
What? White crystal.
I'm talking to a lawyer's paralegal right now.
Yay! Pink. This is a pink crystal. And this is the one that I always have trouble pronouncing because I don't know how to pronounce this one. It's odd. I've never seen a crystal with this name before. TIANHE. And it's a green version of it. But how would you pronounce that? Tiani? Tiane? Or something like that, maybe? I've never, sometimes you think you're saying it right and it turns out you're not. And then red jasper. Okay. Now let me get the other colors, because I have some others over here too that are in smaller bottles. Some of them are the same colors I just read. Yes, choices are always fun. Because this set of crystals, because the bottles are smaller, they don't have any stoppers in them, and my computer's trying to fall over. Okay. But I've been meaning, because these do still have the corks, the bigger bottles, taking the crystals that don't have the corks, putting them in the ones that do, and it's the same crystal. Labradorite. Okay. I'll make sure that labradorite is one of them that I do then. Where'd you go? Here it is. There's the lab. Okay, in this one we have obsidian, red agate, garnet, peridot, moonstone, what's left of the moonstones, aventurine, amethyst as well, gold rutilated, amazonite, and then their version of rock crystal, which to me is clear quartz. So what, do you want me to just do 2 crystal types or 1? Or more than 1, I should say. So we know lab is one of them. Obsidian is black. So, obsidian. I'm trying to think of colors that would complement the lab too. I don't know. I think maybe the pink. with the lab would be pretty, since I'm going to be doing pink mica. Let's see. Goddess, help me pick. I think the gold rutilated would be another one that would look good with the lab. Besides, like I said, I need to take these out anyway. Oops. Some of the crystals jumped out of their bottles here. Let me get them over here into a little empty part here. Let's see. Goddess, guide me. Help me pick out a good combination. Ooh, how about the lab, the pink, and what's left of the moonstone? Because there ain't very much left of the moonstone. I think those colors will look nice. And I don't have a moonstone, sadly, in the bigger bottles here. But while I've got these out, let me find and try to fill these. Oh, dear. Because as you can see, oops. Okay. These bottles are a lot smaller than these guys. Okay, so this is the lapis lazuli, so I'm just, hopefully I can fit the rest of what's in the little bottle in the big one, because what's in the little bottle is the smaller pieces. Almost. I almost filled it, because you got to give room for the cork too. So I try not to fill it past that. Okay. Let's see. What's another one I have? Okay. The green agate, I'm going to go ahead and say the aventurine. Green aventurine is the closest to the green agate color, because the peridot is noticeably a different green. So okay, that one's pretty much filled now. And I got another empty bottle that I can use in the future as like a little, potion bottle, or a little bottle that you can use as like a money drawing thing or something. All right, what else? Tiger's eye. Haven't used a lot of the tiger's eye in the big bottle because, like I said, the pieces are so much bigger, whereas the ones in the little bottle are small. Oops. Where'd that one go? I don't know, but okay, there's another one. Okay, Pops is getting his happy now, so hopefully he'll have some luck with the legal people he's talking with right now.
The paralegal.
Paralegal.
Said they didn't want to make a decision on it because of what it is, and it's forwarding it to the lawyer
Yay.
to have them contact me.
Yay. Now, wouldn't this be ironic and cool as hell if this ends up being the very thing that not only does it go through, but it gets Michael home? Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, amethyst. Oh! Okay, you guys, will you quit jumping away? Good Lord.
When the prison was handling the regular visits,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just JPay for the video visits,
Yeah.
things went fairly smoothly.
Yeah. Like I said, when it was a point where we could literally, I put too many. Not going to be able to fit the cork in. There we go. See, that's what I don't like about these corks, because it's too easy to damage them to the point that it's really fucking hard to get them out. So I'm gonna just keep these out for the moment. Let's see what else. Do I have red jasper? Already got. Wait, no. Wait. Ooh, lab. Yep. Well, Pops they've done fired him up now, so he's gonna get him good. You just wait and see. Okay, the lab's filled now. I'm shaking it up because, like I said, there's the small bottles. They have the smaller pieces in them, and the big bottles have bigger pieces. All right. There's that one. Do I have the equivalent of a pink rose quartz in here? No, I do not. Okay, I've got the green agate done, I think. Yep, because I did that with the green aventurine. Red agate. White crystal will be mixed with the rock crystal. So bear with me, sweetie, while I get these guys filled up here. Okay, there we go. That one's done. Okay, citrine. I think I'll put the citrine with the gold related. Even though the citrine pales in comparison to the yellow they have in this one. But I think it's a close enough. Because to me, like I said, something like citrine this is supposed to be like a yellow citrine. So what better thing to add with it than more citrine, yellow citrine. All right, that's that one. And I think I'm going to do the red agate with the red jasper.
Well, just this year alone, 2023, there's been 4 complaints filed with the Attorney General's office on Securus Technologies.
Good. That just works to our advantage, yeah?
Well,
works to our advantage.
For the lawyer, I sent a direct link to the complaints filed with the Better Business Bureau.
So I guess because there's such small amounts left, I'm going to use some lab, some of the pink crystal, the rest of the moonstone, and the rest of the little bottle of amethyst, because I filled the other bottles as much as I could. So I've still got some garnet. I've still got some obsidian and peridot, lapis lazuli, and the amazonite. Oops. Okay, so I think that'll be a nice combination of crystals for this batch. Of purty wands I'll do. And I have to have these, I have to set these somewhere where they can stand up straight, because if I lay them down, as long as they're not moved around or jostled, they will stay in their bottles. But if they're moved or anything, the crystals escape. They get out of the bottles, and if you're not careful, you end up dumping them all over the place. Okay, let me put it there. All right, so come here, because I'm pretty sure you're an amethyst. If not, it don't matter. So I think that'll be some good crystals to use for this batch. Wish my nose would stop itching though. All right. Next phase is get my colors. And yes, I will do that. I just thought of something. I'll do a batch of the black and pink, and then I will also do a batch of the black and white. Or sorry, the pink and white. Just to see, what type of lightness it adds to the pink color. Okay, so there's the mica colors. Now, got one more thing we got to figure out. Ink oil colors. And it's looking like the fuchsia pink is going to be a good choice for the ink oil because they don't really have a white or clear oil. But the fuchsia pink is real pretty. Let me try to find one that's open though. Give me a pink that's open. Is that one open? Nope. Uh-oh. First, I got to find a pink that's open. If you do separate mixes and then pour the colors separately, it will be beautiful. Yeah? Okay. Let me see. All right. Give me a fuchsia that's open, please. That's a honey color. Come on, don't tell me I did so much pink that I don't have any pink open left. Because I try not to open a bottle of any of the ink oils if I already have one open. Because I want to get that one used up first. I think I found one. Yep. This is the fuchsia pink. And yes, I will definitely do my best to do the colors separate, of course, like you suggest. Now, one way I could do that. All right, where do the cups go now? Okay, so I'm doing 3 separate colors, right? I have 3 empty little cups here that go all the way up to 100 ml. What I usually do is I go between the 40 and the 60, which is 50. I do that on each. I do it 50 for the casting resin and 50 for the hardener. So this would be a way that I could kind of keep the colors separated a little bit. If I can get this freaking other thing off. Here we go. The only problem is the stir the stir cup that I use when I mix the two together. It'll be interesting because I try to, pour as much as I can. But there's already like probably a chunk about that thick in the bottle of this particular throwaway cup. I did see that. I'm trying to remember what it was about though. The most recent one that you sent. But I did see it. It was interesting. For sure. Okay, let me you do 50 of each, but then you do that again for a different color, then pour not put together in one. Right. Yes. I see what you're saying, sweetie. I'm just saying because of the one mixing cup I have over here that I use, there might be traces of some of the other colors, okay, that I've done. So let me get set up here and see what we can do, huh? I'll set the computer here so you can see. Kind of bend it down. Can you see okay? Because that's the table I'm going to be working on. Uh-oh. Pops is giving them their drugs.
Yeah, an hour and a half late.
All.
Sorry, babies. Daddy been.
I'm going to need that. I'm going to take these, my completed resin pieces in here. Go and get your treats, Bella.
Come on, Bella. Come here, baby. There you are. Sorry. Daddy's dropping shit. I'm fixing dinner.
Okay. Bella, what are you doing? He just completely walked away from his treats. And I have enough empty cups that I could always sacrifice one of them to be the mix cup.
Okay. I guess he doesn't want them today.
I guess not.
Here.
Because whatever the color
Okay.
is.
I put him in the kitchen. Now he's eating them.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. My Book of Shadows replica. It's so heavy and big. I gotta find somewhere to put it.
She's got our cat spoiled.
Uh-huh. Yeah, blame it on me. Don't you mean you're the one that's got them spoiled? You're the one that decided to give them treats every day?
Hey,
Don't put that on me.
I'm the big toughie.
You did it.
I'm the big toughie.
Okay, I have to put my hair up because otherwise I'll end up with resin in it. Yeah. Excuse you. I need to get my hair clipped. Because I don't want resin in my hair. Because then I'd have to cut my hair. She's talking about doing some resin pieces when she's over in March with me. Because I think it'll be a lot of fun. You know, maybe we can come up with some unique combinations. See if we'll just go stupid over. Oh, that's much cooler. Okay. I'm still going to go kind of small, like these are fairly small because I've only got a couple of the witch coins done. I've got them in black and purple, I think. Definitely want to do a goddess one. But until my other stuff gets here overnight. I'm still keeping it small because I'm trying to utilize the amount of resin without going overboard. Okay, there's that one. Ooh, could be doing a batch of ones.
He's always blaming me for everything.
Uh-huh.
Why blaming me for spoiling the cats? I don't spoil the cats.
Right, and Robin Williams is about to walk in the fucking door. alive and well.
What? I'm sweet and innocent.
No, you're not.
Stop laughing.
Shut the hell up. You are not innocent.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, that's what you wanted, so that's why you did it, so shut up.
I told her to stop laughing before she even put it up there. Well, Bella ate some of it, most of it. Now Boo's finishing it off.
I don't know. What do you think? She sent a bunch more. Zodiac or the square? The square jewelry boxes are smaller. And you know I'm having an issue with the round of this. So I would say we'll do that. We'll do see if we have enough for a square one.
Okay, if you don't believe I'm sweet and innocent, would you at least believe I'm a virgin?
No. Okay. That one. That one. Okay, there's my Sharpie. Because I am trying to be careful. Got the one that works better. Yeah, I put on my mask. Make sure I have on gloves. But the only problem is I can't use my glasses and have the mask on, because if I do, then my glasses fog up and I can't see. Besides, like, one of the things that I definitely want you to help me with when you're here in March is when we do some castings with my molds and stuff, like maybe teach me how to do like a slower pour. Because I think you're right. I think that has a lot of relevance on why certain ones tend to come out better than others. So, okay. And because I'm sweating, see, these gloves are they're very thin, so they're very easily ripped. So I'm wearing rings. I never take off my rings when I'm doing this. But I have gotten the resin on my skin, and here recently I had to peel a bunch of it off my fingers because it literally turned my fingers black, and it looked funny. So and it feels funny too, and it's like, uh-oh. So then I would just kind of scrape at it real lightly with my fingernails and stuff. Okay, so here's the crystals I'm going to use. Here's the mica powders. We'll do this lid first. I think I will do it with pink, because I did pink and gold when I did that lid. The one that you said, yeah, just keep it the way it is and then add to it. Oops. Now, sadly, sweetie, you're going to see my back more than anything, but this is basically my little workstation area that I do this stuff in, because I don't have anywhere else. I can do it down at Maria's, but that involves sitting in a hot-ass room, which I really don't like. And see, this is the cup that I use to mix the two together. And these were the last two that I used. I marked one with B and a line, and one with A. Oh boy. Oops, forgetting already. But I do it with a Sharpie, so, you know, it tends to not stay on very good. One thing I forgot. Is to put the, might as well say the safety cloth down. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and use this one because it's right here, so I don't have to back the chair up. And trash bag works wonders. So one of the things that I'm hoping to do, Brooke, is get a whole pack of these so that when one I feel I have used as much as I can and then I throw it away, I'll have others that I'll be able to use. And I try to look up the clock so I can get a general idea of when I start the castings. So therefore, it also helps me to determine about how long, you know, before checking them and stuff to make sure everything's the way it should be. And we still got to work out a way to flatten this down because as you can see, this side I think is a little more flattened, but this one isn't.
Yeah, I don't think she can see, dear.
Yes, she can.
With as far away as she is.
Where do you want me to put the computer? You want me to put it over here? Hang on, Brooke. Let me move the damn computer. But I want to get everything set back up first because once I pour this stuff, yeah, I can't move it. Because if I do, I end up with one hell of a mess. Oh boy. Okay. The wands. Let me move it over here. So you're a little closer. But, you know, I guess I'm a little concerned about, you know, like, I don't want to get resin. See, it won't even sit up there. I don't want to get resin on the computer. That's why I set it back there. Because I don't even want to think about what getting resin on this computer would do. Okay. Well, I hope this is going to be okay. Can you see me okay and everything, sweetie? You're not going to be able to see the table very good, probably, but let's begin. And another part I hate is when it gets to, yeah, let's work some magic. Exactly. Oh, yay. There's no seal that I have to break through to get to this. Because most of them, when I get, you know, they're supposed to have that protective seal on it, which just proves most times that it hasn't been tampered with. But I'm actually glad that there isn't one. Yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain in the butt. There's the casting resin. And see, that's the halfway point in these cups. That's the 50 mark. Yay! No seal on this one either. first color. Oh, crap. I need my knife. Hang on. I am going to have to move this again. I have a certain butter knife I use to stir stuff with. Okay. This one. This is a very different kind of butter knife. This is all silver. It's either silver or steel. Okay. Oh boy. And I try to scrape every little bit that I can. And with the different types that I've used, as far as resin and, different companies that make it and stuff, the kits that I get from Sam's Club, I like that resin because within 24 to 48 hours, it's ready. Most of the pieces, especially the small ones. And I thought about doing another set of earrings, but I don't want to get a bunch of those made right now until I get the link pieces that I need and the hooks to, be able to assemble them where you're supposed to make the earrings wearable and the pendants. Yeah, the quick cure times are a lot less a pain in the butt, All right. Oh dear. Completely forgot that was in there. Oh no. Dadgummit. This is a resin piece that dried. But now I forgot it was in there and I poured the stuff. Now I'm trying to scrape off everything because I don't want this to not sit right, and cure right. Okay, now where the hell do I put it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. And I do that like 5 different times. Usually I do it in my head, but I hope I'm stirring it slowly enough because I tend to get impatient and I start stirring it really fast. But I'm trying to learn to stir it slower because that may be something that is a factor in how the stuff's going to come out better, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. What? Oh, 43, 44. Hang on. He's got dinner made. Set it down here if you can. He made us raviolis. Ooh, raviolis.
Good ones.
Now I lost my count. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 51, 50, Okay, that's 2 minutes.
Oh, I forgot milk.
Yes, you did.
Guess I'll run back over to Kroger's later.
Now, sometimes what I'll do too, Brooke, is I'll get about, like, I'll stir it for 3 minutes, for instance. And then I'll pause so I can put the ink oil in. Then I count another minute, and then I put the mica powder in. It's a nice pink so far. Now let me do the pink mica powder, because this is the first time I've used the pink mica that you sent me. Okay. I try to just kind of guess at about how much I want to put in it. Oh, that's a pretty pink. That's a really pretty pink color. Okay, so now comes the fun part of getting the crystals in the molds before I pour the resin. Because I want to at least get this set of castings done before I even eat, because you can't let this stuff sit. Yay! 24 days. All right. Starting with this lid. Just put in the pink crystal. Now I'm putting in the lab. And I try to only do a couple, again with those two, because you don't want to overdo it with the crystals, because then that just, I don't know. Here goes the moonstone. Amethyst. Okay. As you're watching this, let me know if you feel like I'm pouring it, slowly enough, okay? Can you see me okay? I'm trying to learn to do this whole slow pour thing. And not overfill it. Hopefully this is a batch that it won't, half the resin won't go everywhere. Okay, now I'm gonna do the other. Oops, didn't put the crystals in it. Oops. Yeah, I know. I should have put the crystals in before. Come on. I hate when these damn gloves don't fit right because, see the tips? They get in the fucking way. Okay. I'll try to do this one as slow.
Crap, I forgot to call Maria. I forgot to save some for Maria.
Oops.
Well, it's this late. She's probably sleeping.
Okay. I can always do another batch of this pink too. Oops. See, I keep forgetting. Keep forgetting to get the crystals in here. Because I'm more worried about leaving the resin, sitting too long. Now, as far as getting the colors separate, that's going to be tricky for me.
Daddy doesn't need your tail and my plate.
Because it's easier for me to just pour one color, in however many molds I'm going to pour it. This is definitely a beautiful pink, though. Oh, crap.
Did you hear what Bella just did?
So maybe that's the special thing we can do, Brooke, when you're here, is we can do some of the, if I can't pull it off here, we can do some of the other colors, like make half of it the pink, half of it the black, and half of it the white. Okay. And with that batch alone, I was only able to do a lid to the square jewelry box and both lids to the round Zodiac box. That was all the resin that I had. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this batch. So, but I feel like because of the time limit between how long you don't let the resin sit for too long, because then it starts to get tacky and then you can't, it just kind of makes it a mess and you can't pour it right and this and that. Get in that corner. Get in that corner. Don't be a brat. I only do half of, because I know the main thing is equal parts. And that's another reason why I did this. Like if I wanted to, and I haven't done this yet, I could fill each of these to the top, to the whole 100 mil, mix that together, and then I bet I could finish the rest of the molds on here if I did a full batch. Because that's what tends to take the most time, is when you do the batches the way I've been doing them, because I'm so new at it. you know, when I pour a color right now, what's easiest for me is I only pour one color most times. However, the first lid that I poured, remember, it has that clear and it has that pretty rose gold combination I did. So this pink with it, it's still going to be stunning. And I don't have any of my glitter. Should we do glitter or just the crystal bits? What do you think? Because we can still do the glitter, but it's just going to be on the side that's the topmost of these. Yeah, it is. Because if should we do the glitter? No glitter, just the crystal bits? Okay. So those I'll leave alone then, and I won't do any glitter. Thank you, because otherwise I would have had to get up and, grab the glitter out of the box, and it's kind of a pain. Because the glitter ones that I have, the glitter, it's in these little round, small round things. I'll show one to you. And you only get, and that's also what the mica powder comes in the same size. So, okay, so we got that set at least done. Let me get my stuff eaten so Dad, Pops don't get mad at me. And this pair of gloves comes off because otherwise, yeah.
By the way, I'll make some when you get here.
What? Some ravioli? Or resin pieces? Food. Okay. All right. So while that batch is drying, let me get my butt over here. Get my kombucha set up somewhere where it's not going to fall over. And get my drink, which is all the way over here where my little work table was. Because usually when I do a batch of castings, I forget to grab my drink. And then I end up, because usually once I start a set of castings, I just try to stick with it. I try not to do anything else but let that be my focal point. When doing glitter is easier to mix into the resin as you're mixing it. Yeah, that's true. Yep. So, like you said, a big part of how the whole resin thing goes is trial and error. You're going to have successful batches and not.
Also, if you want to do kind of like a swirl pattern with them, put it on the top while it's still just after you pour it. Put it on the top, and then use a toothpick, whatever, something to stick in it and swirl around.
Yeah, I've done that. Okay, let me put this over here. Because I think I'm going to have better success. I might be a little lopsided here. There we go. So my head's not cut off. But yeah, trial and error. I mean, you're going to find ways to do this that's going to be easier and better to do than other ways, And the trick, I guess, is finding the way that works best for you, that you can be the most amount of molds, poured at one time. Big raviolis. I'm serious. Look how big these are. That's one ravioli.
Sausage and cheese.
Is it? Smaller bites.
Bella likes the sauce.
Does he? And with all the extra stuff too that I have, That'll be so much easier for you to see when you're here. We can maybe, do some pieces with some of that stuff too, because that stuff is by far the hardest to work with. The first kit I got, it comes with a little container of the gold, what they call gold loose leaf. It's really, really super fine, and it clings to everything. I had a heck of a time. Even using the tweezers that come with the kits, I was having trouble, trying to tear the pieces apart small enough so that it looked good, in the pieces, and not like too big and bulky and misshapen, and it ends up making the piece look like crap. Because I feel like one of the colors that you're going to like a lot, if I can find it, is this one. Because it's a real pretty kind of aqua blue or light blue. This is the size container that the mica powder comes in these kits. This is also the size that the glitter comes in. So, yeah. It's not easy. And I gotta take a drink and swallow down some of my food. It gets stuck in my chest. And so it's like, and it's probably because I don't recall ever having this issue before until that knockdown, drag out fight me and Naomi got into when I was 14. I blacked her eye, bloodied her lip, and I think somebody said possibly broke her nose. And that was the first knockdown, drag out fight I'd ever been in. She was a full-blown adult, and I was just a teeny bopper. I was a teenager, and I still kicked her ass. Pretty good, too. And this was the part I don't get about that whole episode. After I kicked her ass, and the fight was finally broke up, and Ray Lambright came in and literally had to yank her off of me. The bitch was trying to kill me. When the fight was over, it was either that same day or the next day, she bought me a pair of shoes that I had wanted. Westland Mall, which that's another mall around here that's closed down now. But at the time it was open, they had this one shoe store, and they had these real pretty red and gold heels that I absolutely loved. And they were slip-on shoes, so you didn't have straps to deal with or anything like that. She bought those for me, shoved the box across the floor, and I was like, in my head, I'm like, what? I don't get it. Why would she do that? What was her thinking after the knockdown, drag out fight? It's like, what? I should have said, what, Naomi? Are you trying to apologize? Because these shoes ain't cutting it. This is not an apology. This is a material object. I had a rug burn real bad on the back of one of my shoulders and a rug burn real bad on my knee. That's how roughly we were tumbling around, on the floor. And it was that really, the carpet was similar to the carpet we have here, but it fucked me up. She had heels on that fucking thick. I believe she was in her cop uniform because those were the shoes that she wore with the outfit. They were what we call Cuban heels. They had a strap across the foot. They were black. They were really pretty. I loved those shoes. I thought they were really pretty. And she kicked me in probably the middle of my chest. And it literally, she kicked me so hard that it caused a crescent moon shape on my skin. That's how hard she kicked me. And I think it's because of that not only did she end up giving me GERD, I think is what they call it, to where, I have to be careful with some things that I eat because it feels like it's getting stuck in my chest and it's not going all the way down. And that can be extremely painful. And I also have this heart flutter thing that happens just usually random. I never know when it's going to happen. It just does. And it's usually, it only does it a couple of times and then it stops. But, I don't know what that is. That scares the hell out of me. The best way to describe the feeling is it feels like air bubbles in my heart popping. Okay? That scares the shit out of me. And I think all of this is because of her, because of the degree of damage she did to me in a full-blown rage that she started, because I wouldn't have said a word one to her. She started on me first. She said her and Mom had already been fighting and arguing when they came in from the store that day. I remember, because I was out in the front room, and I remember seeing I think it was like a half a gallon of milk fly across the kitchen and smash up against the wall. Probably Naomi threw it. And they were in a full-blown argument. I don't even know what it was about. I tried to stay out of it. I remember I was leaning up against a dresser, just waiting for Mom, begging and pleading in my head for Mom to call out my name and ask for my help, and I would have been in there in a minute, and I would have kicked her ass then. But I stayed out of it. When Mom finally, I don't know how she more or less broke it up or what she did to cause Naomi to finally walk away. But Naomi was in a full-blown rage by then even, okay? The house we were living in at the time, her bedroom, we had to put up a shower curtain, a metal cable-like thing, and that was the only somewhat privacy she had because she used the dining room area, that was her bedroom. Now, if you went up the steps, like when you got a certain height up the steps, you could look right down into her room. So anyway, she had flung a towel over her shoulder. I saw the look on her face, and I mean, it was like pure evil. I'm for real. It was pure evil. And she said, "And you better just stay out of it or you're next." And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, that bitch did not just say that to me. And I said, "The first time you touch me, I'll lay into you." And I barked right back at her ass. She said, "What? What did you say?" I said, "You heard me." I was ready to go, man. And then the next thing I know, because Naomi had short hair back then, Mom was coming up behind her and tried to grab Naomi by the hair to keep her from lunging at me. But all I remember is she shoved me down full force onto the floor. That's what caused the carpet burn on my shoulder, and the carpet burn on my knee was probably when we were tossing around on the floor. And I remember when she shoved me down, that triggered me. I leapt up off of that floor, and then we, fist flying, and at the same time, bitch, we screamed at each other, and we were just going at it. So that was pretty fucking wild shit, to have to go through something like that with the damage that she did to me, that if I ever do get examined and they can determine that, yeah, an injury like that could cause these problems, I've got her by the vajayjay hairs, you might as well say, because I will press charges on her if I can. I mean, it's probably too late because it's been so many years, but if she's damaged me in some severe way by kicking me in the chest like she did, which I think is what happened, because I never had those issues. I never had the heart flutter thing, and I never had the, feeling like when I eat certain things that it gets stuck in the middle of my chest. So if I don't have something right near me to, to drink, to wash it down so it goes down into my stomach like it's supposed to, then I'll stop right in the middle of a meal because I'm in too much pain. I can't eat anymore. Um, but here's the thing, too. How do you prove it? Because this happened so many years ago. I don't remember how old she was. Let's see, she's 10 years older than me, so she was somewhere in her, probably about her, say, if I was 14, she may have been somewhere in the neighborhood of like 24 or something like that when this happened. And that's what I mean, honey. That one of the things that scares me the most about this side of our family is because we all have that rage. And if it's triggered, we could do some serious damage. And I know without a question of a doubt, I know without a doubt, we could kill somebody. Yeah. And imagine Michael angry. Imagine if one of us could have been there in spirit before you even met us and saw exactly what happened from like an astral projection point of view. Michael hitting that cop. But only because the cop purposely provoked him to do so. And I don't know how big the cop was or anything either, so but I wasn't there, so I really can't say exactly what did take place. But it bottom line is it scares me that we have that degree of rage inside of each of us and the damage that it can do if it's triggered, you know? Well, I'm not thrilled about the sausage in these raviolis. Cheese is okay. The cheese is okay. And another thing I've been trying to do to the positive now, talk about something else, positive. Balance out the energy. I am training myself to stop eating when I'm full. Even if I have that much ravioli still on my plate. If I feel like I'm full, no, it's just the sausage is fine. It's nothing wrong with it. It's more like a personal thing. I just don't care for the taste of it. But the sausage, Dad Pops did a good job. He cooked it well and everything. It just I'm not much of a sausage person, and I don't really know of too many types of sausage out there that we've had through the past that I actually liked, or if there is any. Uh-oh. Bella, you mean to tell me you just now noticed that I had food? You've been laying there on Daddy's coffee table section all that time. But yeah, especially, I don't know. I guess I'm just really finicky when it comes to, sausage has to have a certain flavor or taste to it before I'm going to like it. Bella likes the sauce. I remember Pop saying that. He said Bella likes the sauce. Yeah. Holy mother. I think these two raviolis must be mating or something because they're really stuck together. Pops is in there killing stuff on his game, so he'll feel better. You gotta see the way Bella's looking at me right now. But I think Pops, he said he tried to give him one of the raviolis and he didn't really care for it, but he loves the sauce. I know a lot of what's making them stick together is because I left them sit, for a few minutes before I even was able to eat them because I was right in the middle of doing a casting. And Pops, I don't know, he gets agitated when he cooks dinner, and if somebody don't eat it while it's hot, it upsets him a little bit. Which I've tried telling him, babe, I'm not doing it to make you mad, okay? I'm really not. It's just that, right when you make dinner, I might not be hungry for it right that moment. So please don't get mad at me if I wait too long before I actually eat it. I don't know what the heck is up with my nose today. Goodness sakes. I think I've given myself enough to munch on. Go ahead and put these in like a container or something. And see if Bella wants to lick the plate because he likes the sauce. Okay. Oh. Okay. Now that I've got at least 3 items in pink. Excuse me, and I've finally eaten dinner.
You want some of this?
I really wish you could see this better. I don't know if you'll be able to see this any better. Can you see that pretty blue any better? Probably not. It is really pretty. The pieces that I've used it in so far, it looks really good in those pieces. So I've got to get on my game here, and I've got a decent amount. Oh, whoops. I forgot. Some of them actually comes with, and I've got this in one of the cups. It has some white in here too. That's the same kind of stuff. I forgot that I had some white because see that when they come like that, they usually come in a little packet. And I think this baggie, something else was in with one of the kits. But this, I've got some of the pretty blue in the bottom here. So when I do the next castings here in a minute, I'll put some in it. Okay. It's back over to the workbench. Look out, baby. Because the only reason I stopped when I did, because I wanted to eat. So he, you know. Yeah, okay. And you'll see the pieces too, you know, once you're here. So you'll be able, it's easier to appreciate them when you're up close and can see them. Okay, is this, yep, this got gloves. So I will try, you know, since I've got so many other pieces this time, I will try to see if I can pour a couple different colors in the mold without them mixing together too much. Okay. So what color should I do next? Should I do some more of the pink? If you hear that weird noise, it's just the flippy fish. And you're like, what the hell is a flippy fish? Hang on. See, sometimes I can get lucky. I can get these gloves on where they fit a little better. Come here, flippy fish. This is the flippy fish. It's not real, obviously. Like, you can take the little plastic box that controls it. You can take it out and you can actually throw the skin into like the washer. It's pretty cute. Isn't it cute? Bella was playing with it earlier. I remember the first time I came home with it. The cats were looking at me like, what the fuck is that? And this particular flippy fish, at least, and I only say that because I can't really attest to the fact and say that any flippy fish you buy comes with a rod, but this one did. It come with a rod, a fishing rod, that has a little metal like magnet on the tip, and they have it to where, no, it's a hook, to where you can literally hook it onto the very tip of the fish on the nose, or what would be the nose. Well, fish don't have noses, but you know, I'll show you when you get here maybe. But the only problem is the rod's buried. But anyway, you could hook it onto the tip of the fish, and you could literally dangle the fish as it's flopping around like a real fish would do if you caught one, you know, in the river. Okay. This time, and this is a first. I've never done this, but I'm going with my gut here. But this time I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to get everything poured that I want poured before I pour the mold. Okay. Amethyst. Uh-oh. There goes the moonstone. Oh, the moonstone's gone. All right. Make sure I'm pouring the right one in the right cup. Wait. No, I'll just keep doing it this way. I was going to try to like fill the thing up all the way to the 100 so I could pour more before I have to redo, you know, reload or whatever. I guess I'm just so used to doing it this way. And I do one of these at a time because I don't want to run the risk of dumping any of the resin. I'm really going to try to do this clean cut this time to where I'm not spilling any. So did you like my puppet story? I never finished it. Hang on. I had another reason, and I only did it the one time, that I sent that puppet to Daniel. Not that he didn't already know this, but there are young girls out there in their teens or whatever that don't know what they're doing. They think they know what love is all about, but they're so young, they don't quite understand that you cannot force someone to love you. If it doesn't happen naturally, then maybe it's better off, not do it at all. But young ones don't know that. They don't have the discipline that we do as adults because we've learned from our own mistakes. When you cast love spells, the reason I think why it tends to backfire is because you're targeting a specific person. Now, that person, what if that person's married? What if by all appearances that person seems completely straight and then you find out later they're gay? So all the magic and all the time, effort, and energy you put into bringing them into your lives was a waste because you're not the right sex for them. Well, I can just look up at the clock, and when it's been about 5 minutes, I'm trying to see. Sometimes I try to stir it slowly, but the slower I stir it, it starts bothering my carpal tunnel really bad. But I sent the poppet to warn him. This was my reasoning, to warn him about and remind him about the young ones out there that probably have cast spells on him as well, and to beware, to be cautious. But in the movies, in the Harry Potter movies, by all accounts, he loves magic. But does he practice it in real life? I don't know. Does he truly believe in it? I don't know. And I also, because at the time, back when I was doing all this stuff anyway, I wasn't thinking straight myself. I was alone. Me and Pops hadn't even met yet or anything. So in my opinion, because of that fact, I didn't do anything wrong. I mean, it was still wrong, but it's not like I was doing it in the fashion of cheating on Pops. I reasoned that by sending him the poppet, sending him a very real poppet that I know I had done a very good job of constructing, and it was one of my first that I had ever made. And I don't think I made any after that. If I did, I don't recall what I did them for, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. If I would have done others, it probably would have been like for a money draw, kind of pop it to bring money into my life, or it would have been health, for like good health and stuff. But some of these girls, they don't care, they don't have somebody to explain to them, not that they would even listen, that you cannot force somebody to love you, because you're taking away their free will and their right to choose or not to choose you. And if they choose not to choose you, let it go, let them go, move on with your life, the best and safest by far, if you're going to do a love spell, is to ask for the right person for you. Don't give a name. Don't have a picture of necessary. If you're going to have a picture of a certain celebrity, like that you really admire or something, in a case of somebody that I'm speaking as if I was talking to somebody that's single, because I know you're not, you're with Michael. But when you ask for the right person for you, and if you want them to have certain characteristics of a certain celebrity, or you want them to have a certain color hair or a certain color eyes, or, something like that, that's not near as bad. Because when I did the True Love Come to Me spell that actually brought Pops to my door and helped us to meet and everything, I used a picture of Daniel. And because that was that's where I came up with Harry Potter all grown up. And Chris definitely is Harry Potter all grown up. He has the right color eyes that the character was supposed to have. But it turned out that, from what I've read in like fan pages and stuff in the past to do with Daniel, they tried to give him the sea green eyes or the light green eyes that his character was supposed to have, like Lily was supposed to have, his mother. But the contacts irritated his eyes. So they didn't do the sea color. They decided, as long as he has his mother's eyes, or, for the purposes of the character, then that would be acceptable and that would be okay. Okay, just checking the time, because I'm like, oh, it's after 11 there. But, I know you'll let me know when you need to get off here and you want to sleep and all that. So I'm just kind of giving them some extra stirring. Because once I get this pink poured, I wish you could see this pink color. It's so pretty. Then I'm going to move on to probably the black. Okay, now let's see where that goes. Because another thing that I tend to keep forgetting to do or keep in mind is pour a little bit, see where it falls in the mold on its own before you pour any more in, because that's what ends up causing it to overflow, doing it the other way. And that's what I'm trying not to do. Stop. Please don't overflow. Please don't overflow. Now I'm doing some of the coins here. Please don't overflow. This really does take, a degree of, I can see where the slow pour, once you master it, it really does make the difference. And you said no glitter, so anything glittery I put was some of the blue in the small cloud coaster. Yeah. So, okay, I'm just going to keep going with the way I'm used to, pouring it and just doing a half of each, because then it can, once you master it, it can give you a degree of control over not over pouring and then wasting half of the resin all over the place, and then you got a mess on your hands. So even though it takes longer to do it this way, I feel like it's the best way to do it right now. So I go with that, I listen. I'm sorry, Brooke, this damn thing's freezing up again. Motherfucker. Let me know if it unfreezes on your end, okay? Okay, it's back. Okay, good. Because until you learn to perfect resin castings, which I'm a long way off, yet from achieving that, but then that's part of how you learn that, okay, this way worked better with this, and this way worked better with that. So I would rather take the time and take for the pieces to take longer and do them right, and so far I haven't overfilled any. Yay! But anyway, in conclusion of the bar and the poppet and all that, I remember Daniel's reaction was pretty comical, because he's like, he really enjoyed the fact that he was so young and he was in a bar. He loved the place. It was a nice bar. I just wish I could remember the name of it, but I don't even know at this point if I could even find it again. I just know it's in the Brewery District, which is downtown. The Lodge Bar, I think. Yeah, that was the name of it, and that just popped into my head, so I don't know where that came from, but oh well. Thank you, spirits, for helping me remember. But, in conclusion of the poppet and why I did what I did is I knew, because they say when you cast a spell, whatever type of spell it is, like if it's something to heal somebody, for instance, then yeah, they say it's a good idea to like get their permission, and also to let them know that you're doing it for them and you're just strictly doing it to heal, to help. You're not trying to force anything, one way or another. If you tell, like if you do a love spell on someone the wrong way, and you tell somebody, not necessarily the target that you cast it on, but you tell a friend or you even tell a single other person, that will alleviate the power of it right there. Because the whole idea is the secrecy. That's what gives it the power. Because you're talking with people that a lot of them are not going to be believers. They're going to think magic is a bunch of hooey and that witchcraft is only evil, that it can only be used for evil. And that just simply isn't true. It'll destroy it. So by sending him the poppet, I permanently made sure that I would never again be so stupid and naive as to cast a love spell on a certain person like I did, because it's not right to take that person's free will and right to choose away. Because to me, that's what makes it start like getting more into the dark arts and, the kind of stuff you just don't want to mess with, because usually it's a hefty price you end up paying in the end. So by sending it to him, I made sure that any future stupidity on my part of casting a love spell on a particular person would never work. So don't even bother, and it worked, because I didn't. After that, I did not do another love spell of any kind until I did it the right way. And that was by, asking for the right person for me, kind of thing. And then along came Pops. So, in the end, it had a good outcome eventually. Oh, man, some of these bottles are really hard to squeeze, Golly. So I'm sorry, sweetie, and I guess until I get done pouring all the pink that I'm going to pour, I'm not even going to make any of the other colors, because this is kind of my way of trying to keep them separated too a little bit. Because originally I was going to pour each color in a separate container. But then I would end up, feel like I would end up making more mistakes, because then I would try to rush, hurry. And that's not what you don't want to do. You don't want to do that, because then you're going to end up over pouring and have a mess on your hands. So, okay. Now, should we stay with the only crystal bits theme, or do you think it would be pretty and okay to continue at least using the blue glittery stuff in some of the other pieces, some of the bigger pieces, like the wands and the triple goddess piece here? This is such a pretty color. I wish you could see it. I mean, I know you can kind of see it from there, but seeing it up close is, the pictures, in my opinion, don't really do it justice. Oh, considering I've been stirring this for about 10 minutes or so, I think I've stirred it enough. It should be good and stirred up now. I'm surprised Maria didn't get upset with me. I ended up destroying one of her rags here. This was one of her rags, because one of the times that I did some resin castings down in the temple room, it was handy. It was there. And I only did the one, though. So I use it to wipe the resin off the knife so that it don't solidify and harden on the knife. And then, it feels better to wipe it off. Okay, so, yeah, add some of the blue. Yeah, because the blue is really pretty. I will pour it in. Now, should I do, because I haven't done one of the triple goddesses with crystal bits yet. So with the crystal bits that I still have sitting here, should I put some in the triple goddess one, you think? Yeah, okay. Okay. Because this is going to be the last of the amethyst now. At least in this jar. Or little bottle. There's some of the pink. Okay, there's some of the lab. Now I gotta get, let's see, do I have Jimmy over here still? Oh boy. I gotta find something to weigh down the both sides of the triple goddess, because if I don't, I don't want it to all pool in the middle. Okay, I think one of the pieces that I ended up using actually is under here. No? What did I do with it? All right, Janet, where did you put? Crap. Where did I put them? I don't know what else I have around here that would be the right amount of weight to hold down the ends without having to get up, and find something. Because I had my 1-glass ashtray that is like a really good weight. Now I can't find it. What the Haiti hoop did I do with it? I don't know what the hell to do. Shit. Because I had my Jimmy box and I had oh man, I gotta hurry up and act quick because I don't want the resin to. Oh, goddess help me, goddess help me, goddess help me. Oh shit. Ah, here they are. Oh, thank God. I need to find some extra weight to put in my Jimmy box. Because I try to set it to where it's just on the tips. Just like, barely on the tips. So that when I start pouring the resin, it don't pool in the middle. Sticks around here. See, that's the essence of the slow pour. Because it gives you the greatest degree of control. All right, let's see if I can get some more coins poured here. The coins are too small to really put any crystal bits in. And these you will see when you get here. How shallow the witch coins are. The mold. So those you definitely need that degree of control. Okay. That's the best pour I've done yet. I might, with what's left in the cup, I might be able to get one wand poured, but I don't know about any others. Let me see here. Okay. Borderline almost overfilled the first wand, but hopefully I poured it slowly enough. Now, I would say with the second wand, because I kind of ran short a little bit, that's where I will, in one of these, I will do the black, and then I will pour it a tiny bit, in the mold, and then do the rest of the ones in as much of the black as it will allow, and then maybe do like another batch of the pink or something. So this one I'm doing I will try to do one with just the pink, one with just the white, and one with just the black. So let's go with the black this time with the pink ink oil. Try to think of a safe place to set this. There we go. Okay, so because see, these little 8-ounce bottles, that's what I'm down to already. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, basically about 11 pieces poured. I can't believe my luck. I'm very grateful that when I got that other resin kit tonight, it's going to be here overnight. I'm like, oh, yay. Works for me. Okay, so this is going to be the black. Another odd thing I've noticed too, with all the different types of resins I've used, I don't know why, I don't know how, but I always end up with more of the hardener left than the casting resin. But now that I did a better pour job this time, hopefully that won't be the case, and it'll be better. Okay. Let me go ahead. Oh, boy. So I'm going to try to do a black-pink combo here. See how I do. Oh, Lord. Janet, you got to pour the resin in, dummy. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? I was trying to stir an empty cup. Silly me. Oh. But I wanted to get like the colors and the color and the oil in there first. This will be interesting with the black mica powder and the pink oil. See how it turns out. And I only got crystal bits in the one. I don't have any in the second one where I stopped with the pink. But I'll try to get them in there before I pour this black. I'll try to get it in the, put the crystal bits in each other one of the molds. Huh. That's weird. It kind of it's hard to determine the it's almost like a dark purple, really, with the pink ink oil and the black mica. This will be interesting. Ooh. Should I put some pink in the black? Should I do some pink mica powder in the black? What do you think? I wonder what that would look like. Okay. This is part of the fun, right? Is coming up with these unique combinations. Oh, wow. Oh, I think we're on to something here. I think we got a nice signature color mix here, Sissy. Or my dear daughter, my lovely Rose. Sissy to me is an affectionate, thing too sometimes. I wish you could see this. It'll be a very interesting shade of purple. It's dark. I mean, the black is still kind of prominent, but you can see it's very hard, kind of like a lot of black nail polish and a lot of black lipsticks, believe it or not, are just a very, very dark color of purple. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. It'll probably be more telltale once I pour it in the mold. Okay, because there's not, oh shit, we got an overrun here. Well, as long as it stays in the mold. I mean, at least that one wasn't too awful bad. As long as it stays on the mold, that's like a main thing. But, black is definitely the most difficult color to shift and change, because it's so predominant. That's all the pink till I can get some more. The pink crystals. It's all the pink crystals. Let's do some lab here. So I guess the rest are going to be lab. And I'm just kind of lightly sprinkling the labs in each mold. Uh-oh. Get in there. Come on. Get in there. Get in there like the good little crystals you are. Get in there. In the mold, not outside of it. Come on. I don't exactly have the right lighting either. That's all the lab. So this one batches primary labradorite. Please let this be a beautiful color that we both love, and that turns out that, a lot of people, other people like it too. Stirring it up just a little bit more. I want to make sure this is very well stirred so everything sets up right. If I had better lighting, like if I had my headlamp on my head, that would be ideal, because it's really hard in this lighting to see when you should stop pouring, because it's about to, the mold's about to overflow. Well, we will definitely have to remember this color combination, because I feel like it's going to be a really neat one. Slow, Janet, slow. That's not slow enough. That's not slow enough. Oh, Lord. If you're going to go over that way. There you go. Oh, this is tricky. Oops. Okay. Okay, let's see what that does. I'm running into trouble because of where the wand mold is. I don't have enough clearance. But yeah, from what I'm looking at right now, it looks like this real pretty dark purple, kind of like what some would call like a dark plum purple. Yeah, maybe let me pour it from this side. God has helped me do this. Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's gonna be pretty. Oh shit, now I've got some overflow with one of the wands. One of the pink ones. Crap. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna. Let me try this. What I do when the overflows happen is I'm just taking the knife and scraping over. But now I gotta use, and I'll keep scraping it until I feel like, okay, I think they'll be okay now. I'm not even going to try to pour any more in the tips, because the tips of the two wands that have the biggest ends, like the end that you would hold, not the end you would point when you go to cast circle. Let me... Oh, geez. Oh, boy. This one's definitely going to be... I can't afford to overfill this one because I have no more room on my table. Okay, that should be good. Oh, yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to like this color purple. Still going through here and scraping. Oops. Jeez. Seriously? Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Oh, that's just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Ugh. Still seeing some overflow here, so. Oh. Wanted to make sure I had that tip done. Okay. Fit a little more into that one. So I'm trying to make these as flush to the top as I can without overfilling it. This is hard. This is really hard. Crap. It's just too hard to judge. Okay, but that means I still have to find something small I can pour the rest of this in. Okay. I think I'm gonna trying to do the small pieces. Okay, I think that's about as close to as I'm gonna be able to get. But yeah, it's turning out to be a really, it's turned out to be a dark one. What the heck? A pipette. I don't know what a pipette is, honey. Well, it'll be interesting, to say the least. I gotta find a. Oh, really? Thanks a lot, Bella. Bella's laying in my spot on the couch. Little shit ass. All right, I look at it this way. As far as the castings go, the ones that I didn't quite get filled completely. The next time I do a batch, I will try to be more careful. I will make sure I have a headlamp on. So, like the little tips and stuff of the ones that the very last one in the mold. I thought I had poured enough, but then I looked in the mold and it looked clear, like I didn't pour enough. So I went ahead and did a pendant and the round keychain, one of the round keychains in that dark purple color.
Tell her about this. I don't see your name on this spot.
I don't see your name on this one.
Out of my spot. That's my spot.
Flippy Fish says, forget you. So yeah, I mean, since we're doing multicolors anyway. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Let me dig one out here. You're talking about that. It's like you squeeze this end and you can draw the resin into it. Yes. Yes, I have a bunch of these. Is that that's one of the uses. You're right. I could do. So what I'll do is I'll wait until this set that I cast tonight. I'll wait until it's completely dry. And then I will do like a small batch or something. Or once I get some of the molds emptied of this casting, I will use my little pipette thing here. And I'll take some of the resin into it and pour it into those little tips. Because, yeah, those are a bitch. Those are really hard to fill. Oh, yeah, that too. You're right. Yes, I will remember that. It'll definitely be less messy to be able to draw out the overflow stuff and then squirt it into, if you're lucky, be able to squirt it into the cup before it solidifies inside of here. Because once something solidifies, with the resin solidifies inside of here, you wouldn't be able to use this again because the hole in the tip is so tiny. It's like microscopic.
Last night when we were in bed, Bella was there and Boo was there.
Oh, well, you know, it's like I'm not going to chase him out of his spot. But that's something else too that you can show me with one of these when you get here. You know, show me how to do it. And, you know, I mean, I think I get the general idea, but my worry is, yeah, you can do it that way. But then the reason why I do the scraping with the knife is if I put the cup up against the mold correctly to where, you know, it's not pouring out everywhere, but I'm scraping it directly into the cup. So yeah, just, you know, whatever pointers and stuff you can give me once you get here. I wish I could get one of those, I guess it's called a Rexicat, the Rexicat head that I ordered, the resin piece. I would love to get that mold because I like those. I think they're really neat. And I don't know if they're like these or not because they have like the super long ears, right? And don't the hairless pets tend to have like unusually long ears or something like that for a cat? So yeah, you can show me some of the tricks and, you know, I can even like watch you do the pouring and try to, because I am trying to pour them slow. I really am, because that does give you the greatest deal of control, you know, over the piece. Are you comfortable?
Hell yeah.
See? He just laying over there just as pretty as nothing. Yeah, you know, kind of like, well, Mom, you weren't sitting here, so my turn. Okay, whatever. Go ahead. So one of the wands had primarily one side's going to be pink and the other side is going to be that dark purple. So I can't wait to see what these look like when they solidify. I didn't do the crystals the way I did the last time with the one that I ended up picking that I put the Herkimer diamond in. You'll see in the mold, those are the ones that are good for the little tiny crystal bits because you can just sprinkle it in there until you fill those, but not overfill them. And then you pour your stuff. And even if some of them dislodge out of that little area and spread throughout the wand, it's still, as long as enough of them retain in that little conclaved area or whatever, concaved, or you'll see what I'm talking about when you get here. You'll be able to look the molds over better. If I can get my headlamp charged, because me and Pops have the same type of headlamp. It's the elastic band that you fit on your head and the lamp's right here. You can adjust the stream. You can make it really big. You can make it small. You can make it red. You can make it blue. We got these little filter things that come with it. And I, for the life of me, cannot find the charger to mine. So I'll just have to use one of the chargers out here and try to get that charged up, because I know that's a lot of the issue is I don't have proper lighting. And you'll see that when you're over here, and it's like, this is the lighting that I was sitting. It's different when you're actually sitting here than the way it maybe looks on the live. But
lost the charger again.
I apparently
about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
Well, see, part of what I did was so I could tell hours apart. Not that it really matters much. I put the green sticky thing on my charger, and I put the same green sticky thing on my headlamp, so I knew the two went together. But I thought I stuck it in my camera bag. Apparently not. I'm always losing stuff. Oh, well, what can I do? Not a whole heck of a lot, right? You know, I finally get this place cleaned up and get a lot of this stuff gone, and I'm probably going to find all kinds of shit. That is such a beautiful, I'm going to see if I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but this is such a beautiful pink color. Look at this. Can you see them? Isn't that gorgeous? And there's the wands. And there's the goddess symbol way back there in the back. So yeah, this is a beautiful, beautiful color of pink. I really like it. Have a heat gun or use a lighter to get rid of the bubbles. No, I don't have a heat gun, and I don't have a hair dryer because I didn't know. See, that's another thing that I didn't know, that you could use that to get the air bubbles out, because I really do love that. I know the other video you're talking about now where they did like multiple colors in one mold, and they did this beautiful design. Oh, that was so pretty. I can't wait to get to that point to where I can do pieces like that myself, because that'll be a major accomplishment for me. And having my daughter help me will make it even more special too, you know, having you help me. So, but yeah, I'm hoping that this particular resin is one of those 24, 48 hours, and, you know, the pieces are going to be significantly dry. But I had to leave the one on the table on a placemat that I put the purple in, the dark purple that we come up with the wands and stuff, the black and the pink combined. And once you pour it, you can't move it. You can't, because if I tried to pick that up right now and make a space for it on the table, I would end up ruining some of the other pieces. So I don't want to take that chance. So yeah, you know, it'll be a fun live. I think a lot of people will get a kick out of it. Use like a alcohol spray to get rid of them. Okay. See, that's another thing too I didn't know, is you could use alcohol to get rid of the air bubbles. And that too, I know a lot of what at least cuts down on the air bubbles is the slow pour, because when you pour it too fast, that's what ends up causing the air bubbles. So that much I do know. I didn't put the blue-green stuff in anything else. I only did it in the one piece this time. So again, it'll be once you get here and you see everything that I have to work with, I have no doubt we will be able to come up with some stunning pieces. Yeah, fast mixing. Yeah, I remember reading that in one of my booklets that came with one of my kits. It said if you stir it too fast, that will cause the air bubbles. So what you do, if you stir it fast, leave it sit for a handful of minutes or whatever, and the air bubbles, let the air bubbles deplete by themselves. Or you can pick the thing up and drop it down a little hard, and that'll pop the air bubbles too. But the part I don't like about that is I would be afraid, you know, that especially when the resin is really close to the top, but not overflow, you know, I don't want to take the chance of it dumping out of the mold and getting all over me. So it'll be nice to have somebody that's more, you know, experienced at doing the resin stuff, because I've only been doing it a couple months. So yeah, you know, I would definitely appreciate, you know, being able to do a better job, you know, for sure, in future batches that we make or together, or even ones that I make after by myself, because then I'll have all that knowledge and wisdom. And a lot of times I tend to develop that knowledge when I can see somebody do it. It's an entirely different matter when you speak how to do it, when you read how to do it, But when I actually see somebody do it, I'm like, oh, okay. And then it finally registers up here in the old noggin. Yeah. So I'm a very visual person. Like a lot of times you'll hear me say, I see what you're saying. That is an indicator of a person that's very visual. Now, as you know, the only ones I didn't do was the white. I didn't do the white yet. But once this batch is done, then I will try harder at doing the only way I can right now, 2 different colors in one mold. Like, even if it's like a multi-layer one on top of the other until I can finesse it better to where I can do it other ways, like that other video you sent me. Even if I put just like a very thin layer of one color, let it dry completely like I did with the orange and the clear, and then put another layer over top of it, until I get however many layers I want. So make sure that I don't, in that sense, all overflow as well. The molds. But yeah, as you can see, that pink is beautiful. This is the biggest batch of pink pieces I've done. I can't wait to see how those wands turn out, because the second one, because remember, one of them is going to be completely pink. The one next to it is going to be a mixture of the pink and the plum color that we just came up with. Me mixing the black and the pink together, and oh my God, it's going to be stunning. I already know. And I mean, yeah, granted, because it's so dark, you're not going to be able to see the crystals unless some of them kind of stick out a little bit from the back of the wand. But we know that they're there, and this live proves, see, that's her pouring them in there, So I did actually pour them in there. But yeah, I love my labradorite myself. And I've got so much resin on these pants, I swear, it ain't even funny. Another thing that would probably be good for me to do in the future is to put on an apron. Like cooks sometimes use that really super long apron, and have it for the resin stuff. So when I get it on me, I'm not getting it all over my clothes and ruining my clothes, because you can't get this shit out. I've tried. Once it bonds with the material, give it up. You ain't going to be able to do nothing with it. So one of them things. But, trial and error. At least I also will have my lovely daughter as a witness that, I've seen Mom do some of the castings, and yeah, you just got to learn by doing. That's how you get good at it. I'm getting me some more pop. Maybe. My second pop for the day. Get in there. In there. Ooh. Yay. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Bella, don't you adorable. It's like, it was kind of funny. First time I noticed the resin kits in Sam's Club. I mean, really noticed them and looked at them, and I just like, oh, I gotta have them. I fell in love with them. I hate the top of my foot itches. I have dry skin on my feet, like really bad. I don't know why. Okay. I got a combination long cubes in here and some of the typical square ones. So because of that, it's causing the long ones to stand up a little more than I'd like. But as some of the ice melts, it'll drop down. Okay. So now I've done a full pink batch. We did a plum purple with the black pink mix. I can't wait until I get my oil colors, my ink oil colors, when I can, have enough money from selling enough of my pieces to be able to get more materials and supplies, and get the multi-pack of the ink oil colors I found that's on my wish list. How much are they? Oh, oh shit, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh, ink oils. Yeah, it took my brain a minute to remember what we were just talking about. I can bring them up, some of them up on my phone, because I've got some on my wish list, and I'll show them to you on here. I forget exactly like how many ink oil colors come in a pack. Oh, dang, I did it again. Oh, wait. That one's still up. Okay, like this kit, one of the big ones that I was showing you earlier, that one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It has 10 ink oil colors in it. Let me erase this. Resin, ink, oils. Here we go. Now, this is just to show you some of them that they got on here, because I don't remember exactly what one I put on my wish list. This one is $33.99, and it has... Oh, shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48 looks like. So this is roughly a 48 pack of ink oils. And that's just one, okay? That's just one. Because I don't remember which one. Here, let me do it this way. Show me my Amazon wish list. Hello? Gotta back up. I pushed the wrong one. Show me my Amazon wish list.
To control a video device with your voice, you need to connect it first. In the Alexa app, go to Settings, and then TV and Video to get started.
No, thank you. Show me my wish list. It's not doing it. Hang on. I'll get it here in a minute. Unless I want to go through each one. Because I know that one of the ink oil kits, multi-pack on here that I found. Hang on. Show me my Amazon wish list.
Here you go.
Here it is. Here's one that I was looking at. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It has 16 ink oil colors. It's $12.99, and it comes with some of the foil colors. Can you see them up top there? The silver, the gold, and the copper. Where's my glasses? Okay. All right. It says epoxy resin pigment, 16 color liquid, translucent epoxy resin colorant, highly concentrated epoxy resin dye for DIY jewelry making, AB resin coloring for paint craft, 10 milliliters each. So each bottle is 10 milliliters. Yeah, and that one is only $12.99. And that's all that you get. The 3 foil packs of the gold, silver, and copper, and you get 16 ink oil colors, and it's only $12.99. Now that's a really good deal, because from what it's looking like, 10 milliliters. Let me see what milliliters these little bottles of ink oil are. Okay. The little bottles of ink oil are oh geez, that's so tiny. I don't know if I can read that. 2.96 looks like 2.96 milliliters. And you can see how tiny this thing is. So these being 10, I'm guessing they're going to be more the size of the big bottles here. Let's see what size the big liquid bottles are. Is that one of the big? No. Wait, yeah, that's one of the big ones. Okay. This is one of the bigger ones. Now this one says alcohol ink. And it's 7.39. That's 7.39. So 10 more milliliters is the these bottles. So I'm guessing they're probably going to be a little bit taller than these, because these are the big bottles that you could only get in the $20 kits. And this is the closest to 10 I have right now. But this one says alcohol ink, but this is what comes with the kit. So that's apparently the type of ink that is used. Whoops. This is the honey color. So when you want to do like a gold batch, you use the honey color. But yeah, $12.99 for 16, ink colors, 10 milliliters each bottle. That's pretty big. You're going to be able to get a lot of colorations out of it. And it looks like there actually is a white color, believe it or not, if I'm seeing right. Because it's showing that each bottle looks like you can see the color just above where the label is. And the very first one next to the foil packs in the top looks white. Next to it looks like brown. Down here looks purple, yellow. That one looks black. That one's either a dark pink. It could be a red. There's another purple, another pink. There's like 2 different colors of green, 2 different colors of yellow. 1, 2, looks like 3 different colors of pink. So yeah, this would be a fun one to, yeah. And this, because see, that was one thing I noticed with the kits when I got them from Sam's. You only get 3 of these big bottles that are 7 milliliters. You get honey colored. You get I think it's the pink fuchsia. And I think it's like either the cobalt blue. One of them's blue. One of them's honey. And the other one's pink. But these, since I'm doing the resin overnight, I'm just having fun with the ink oils that I do have and in the colors that I do have. Because remember, you can also use food coloring. Now, if you don't have a certain, like if you want a certain dark color to a color you're doing, food coloring. The dark green of this box is because I used food coloring. You don't get this dark green like this that I've seen yet. From the greens, rather it's a mica powder or one of the ink oils. But yeah, this one looks like, this one's like a really, really nice kit. This one's going to be nice. And this bottom green right here, that might be darker than I've gotten yet. So yeah, it's on my wish list. You know, I'll get them when I can. And I mean, to me, that's definitely a good deal for sure. But meanwhile, you know, I'm just making do with the ones that I do have that are working fine. Because I have some regular food colorings, and then I have some neon food coloring. The neon actually has a pink in it that you could use also. Because, you know, fuchsia pink, it's a certain shade of dark pink, but it has like that super, super vividness to it. You know, it's a beautiful, absolutely stunning color of pink. And then your lighter pinks is more what people would call, like, especially if it's like if I took the pink mica powder that I used tonight that you sent me and the white, that would make it a lighter shade of pink. But what I like is I like the versatility of the fact that you can use food coloring and it does just as well. Because think about it, ink oils, if you get it on your skin, it stains, right? Same with food colorings. If you get food coloring on your skin, it's going to stain it for a while, but eventually it wears off. So when I did that money box, I did it with the dark green, or what would be considered the regular green, and the regular colored food colorings that we have here. The neon one has a pretty pink. It has a purple. Let me go get it, and I'll show you. Yeah, I don't think this lid's going to go on. The ice is too big still. It's not going to go on. Just hope no roaches decide to get on it. And I'm knocking my glasses on the floor. Oops. I accidentally picked up a thing of Jell-O. Okay, these colors are the neon. See, it says very clearly right on the box, neon. So you get a neon purple, even though it looks black. Neon pink, which you can tell there's not much of that left. Neon green. And neon blue, which, as you can see, the neon blue is pretty much almost completely gone, if it's not empty. Oh no. I'm gonna have to get me I think this one's not even usable. I'm gonna have to get me another box of the neon food colorings because I think these have sat around too long. Okay, this one's still liquid. Good. That one's still liquid. Good. And that one's still liquid. So it's looking like the purple, the pink, and the green are the only ones that are still liquid in here. Yeah, so, you know, it was funny because I remember one day I was doing some castings, some resin castings, and as much as I love the green that I've had so far for the mica powders and like the ink oils, when you get one of the small resin kits, same place, Sam's Club, when you get one of the small resin kits, you get 6 ink oil colors. There's a pink, there's a blue, there's a yellow, there's a purple. And I forget there's a color I'm missing. But when you get the small kits, they're only $9.99. You get 6 of the small bottles of the ink oils. Whereas with the big $20 kits at Sam's, you only get 3 of the 7 whatever milliliters like these. So you actually get 3 more of the smaller ones, but depending on how dark you want your pieces to come out and the combination that ends up resulting from the ink oil with the coordinating color, like the fuchsia pink oil, ink oil with the pink mica powder, the green ink oil with the green mica powder. So up until now, until I'd made the discovery with the food colorings, and one of my spirits, it just popped into my head. They said food coloring. I'm like, will that work? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So that's what I did. I used food coloring, and sure enough, it worked. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to drink this open lid. I'm not going to be able to drink this with the lid on it until the ice melts down to where I can screw the lid on, because the tall ice is sticking up just enough at the top. Really? Now, see, I would have never thought of that one either. I know my hair's freaking... I'm definitely going to have to take me a shower either tonight before I go to bed or tomorrow. Because when my hair gets like this, I can tell that that's classic sign that it's dirty. It's time to take a shower again. Well, as far as temporary hair dye, yeah, I've heard some women, like back in the day, I'm talking all the way back to Egyptian times, they used to use tea bags. Because whatever type of, even in loose tea or anything they had back then that produced a certain kind of color, they would use it as a rinse in their hair, and then it would give their hair, like some of that color. And that was way before hair dye was invented. But yeah, that's good to know. Now the tinting ones, yeah, henna. There you go. Henna is on my hair. I'm not sure what henna would do because of the gray and the blue and the multicolors that I've put in it over time. I don't know what the henna would look like. If it would enhance the colors already here, or if it would cover them up and, end up not looking good in my hair at all. Because with something like henna, it takes longer to wear before it starts coming out, like wearing out or whatever. Like when you do it on your skin, it tends to last a decent long time. Like when people would have like henna tattoos and, different henna like symbols and stuff put on their hands, and some of them would get it on their arm. Some would get it like on a cheek on their face or something. And it's completely painless. I've always wanted to have somebody that was professional at it, that knew how to do it really good, have some henna tattoos put on, and just to see what ones I felt drawn to. In which case, that would be the ones that I would be like, I want these because of what they represent. Because when it comes to henna, there's certain symbols and designs that when you put them on your skin, they have a certain degree of power behind them. It's like the equivalent of putting a magical tattoo on your skin, because when the person doing the henna on you, when they know what the focal point is, then that's what they will focus on as they're doing the henna. They will focus on, like, if you want it to draw love, then they will focus on exactly that. And they will put symbols on your skin that represent love and the coming together of two souls, and a nice harmonious match, and stuff like that. But anytime you can do things natural, it is definitely far greater for like your hair and your skin than a lot of the hair dyes out there, because of the chemicals that they use to come up with these nice, bright, bold, vivid colors, that the only way you can get them is to bleach your hair or strip it, and stuff like that. I just did the bleaching. I did the lightning bleach in my hair one time, and it turned my hair like white, pretty much. And yes, I did get my boldest, vividest colors then when I put like the blue and the purple in my hair that I like from the splat kits. Because my two main colors that I like the most is Blue Envy and Purple Desire is the name of them. And, but they usually run somewhere in the neighborhood. If you don't catch them on sale, they can be 20 something. If you do catch them on sale, you can get two for 12 something, which is like pretty much cutting that in half. But I learned my lesson about putting too many different hair dye sessions in my hair at one time because of how much of my hair it killed off. And like when I would brush my hair out, I would literally brush out gobs of hair. I'm surprised it didn't show up as thin spots in my hair and make it look like I'm losing my hair and I'm only 54, that my hair was thinning and this and that. And it was pretty thin for a while there, but I just think about all that hair was dead. And it was because I didn't stick with my normal system of when I do a hair dye session on my hair, I will purposely let it fade over several months, and it still looks good to a point at least, but I will wait that amount of time, 3 to 6 months or whatever, maybe sometimes even longer before I'll do another hair dye session. Because that, constantly putting those chemicals in your hair, that's what's going to cause your hair to fall out. Because in essence, you're killing your hair. You're just basically sucking the life out of it. And yes, I love my vivid colors, but not if that's going to be the cost. So the next time I do like a major hair dye thing, I'll probably wait several months, and I will try to be very selective what color I use because of the colors I already have in my hair. I don't know what those color combinations are going to turn out like, and some of them may turn out crappy. And, then what are you going to do? Shave your head? No, I don't want it to ever get that far to where I'm shaving my head. Alicia did that once. And she said as soon as she did it, she immediately regretted it. And until her hair started growing back, she wore like a scarf or some kind of hair covering over her head because she hated it. A lot of girls her age at the time were doing it, and that's what inspired her to do it. And they're like, oh yeah, it's so empowering. And, so Alicia trusted in that, and she literally shaved her head and she immediately regretted it. So I don't ever want it to get to that point, like when I cut my hair, yeah, I end up with weird lengths a lot of time and it ends up kind of choppy, but it's my hair, so it's my screw up. If I screw up my hair, at least I didn't just waste $40 or more having it done at a place and they fuck it up, Yeah, so I don't know how long I will probably wait before I even get my splat colors again, because the blue and the violet make the most sense to me. They're the colors. Look at Bella. He's laying there like, oh, he's laying there so cute, like he thinks he's human. You haven't seen my neon pink wig yet. Wait until you see me with that on. You're gonna love it. Actually, if you've seen some of my other live streams, I actually was wearing my pink. I've worn my pink one. I think I've worn my purple one before. I've worn my brown one that's really long that has those beautiful colors in it. And then my black and green one, which the green is like this neon green across the bangs, and then some of the front pieces that hang down. But in the back, like right in here, it's super short and it's all black. So the green's only across here and a couple of the pieces that hangs down the front. And I don't know who was thinking what when they made that. But yeah, I haven't worn those in a long time. I even have a rainbow wig, but it's got bangs and it's really short, and because of my weight right now, it makes me look even heavier, which is discouraging for me, and it's upsetting, because the last thing I want is to look heavier when, I'm struggling so hard to, bring the weight off, not put more on. I think they're slowly getting down there. The ice is slowly melting to where I can actually put my lid back on here in a minute. Because the main thing I worry about is like the roaches crawling in it and stuff. So usually when I'm sitting over in my spot, I take one of the round lid coaster thingies that goes to the Zodiac box, and I will literally put that. But you have to take the tab off. You have to take this part off. So I'll break that off, throw it away, and then that way the coaster thing sets flat on it, and it has enough weight to it. The roaches can't get up under it, not even the baby ones. And then I will keep it on there until I've drank down enough that I can pour more, on top. Let's see if I can get this back on now. There we go. Got it on there now. So yeah, this time around when you're here, we'll definitely utilize as much as we can and try to have as much fun as we can, in between, when you're going for one of the 6 visits up there to see Michael, which sadly it's looking like you're the only one of us that's going to be able to go, because I really don't have a whole lot of hope that these jackasses are finally going to get off their ass and get this shit fixed, so this is not an issue anymore, and go back to making it easier for people to be able to set up like face-to-face visits. Exactly. It's like, Michael, the first time she was here, you demanded and insisted on 4 visits. Now you're 2 more. Now you want 6. I mean, how is that fair? To me, that's a little selfish, really. But, you can't reason with him with stuff like that. Because if you don't give him his way, he tends to get pissy, and then he ends up taking it out on everybody. I love him, but I don't know. Sometimes to me, it seems like he's being selfish. That he feels like he deserves more time with you than we do. And I'm like, that's not fair, Michael. Because he's not thinking of the wear and tear that we're putting on the car every time we make that drive.
Also, I'm not thinking
Yeah.
about the money we need because we're going to have to do lunch up there
Mm-hmm.
because they only do the 2 half-a-days now.
Yeah, so I don't even know what they're, how is anybody even going to eat up there now? I mean, are you still going to be able to get to the vending machines? Are you still going to be able to access them? They're making all these changes.
Here, I'm talking about lunch. She will have to leave at the end of the morning visit.
Yeah.
And then come back at the
second one.
And whoever drives her up there.
Yeah, second half of the day. So yeah, the most realistic approach there is okay. She says that I guess they've set it up to where she can stay the whole day or something. So, okay. Get off me, damn roaches. So like Dad's point being, when we're driving you up there, we'll have to find stuff to do so we can stay up there. Oh wow, that's good. I'm glad they're at least I guess doing some good things because eye care is always good thing to have. Oh, I hate the way my bangs are falling down on my face. Shit. I hate when my hair gets dirty like this because then it looks like crap to me. Mhm. Yeah, it's very confusing. Uh on a future live stream, I'm going to be reading out of the Dark Goddess book that I have on my tablet. And I also, like I said, I finally got, because I can't remember if I mentioned that or not on live, I might have, that I finally got the Witch's Bible. And I got it for like $1.99 or some really, really cheap like that. Um, Here, let me get my tablet. It should be charged enough. Oh, Bella, you're a trip. Tablet. It should be fully charged right now. Yep. Oh. This is my tablet. Okay, where's my... Here we go. Okay, is it gonna load? Here we go. Let me go all the way back. Okay, that's part 4. This is gonna take a minute. It's amazing how many dark goddesses are in this book. Almost there. Because I have to scroll sideways to turn a page. Seven. Ugh. Six. 5. 2. Come on. 4. This is confusing the way they got this. Hang on. Trying to get all the way back to the beginning here. Okay. Introduction. We'll skip the introduction. Part 1. Who is the Dark Goddess? Even if I only read one of these, I think you'll really enjoy it. It's time to get started. It's time to wake up. Don't wait another minute. Claim your heart and claim your glory. You have all you need. We call her the crone, the goddess of the underworld, goddess of death, the dark goddess. She rules over everything that we fear. She offers us wisdom in exchange for pain. She is the Morrigan, inciting her favored warriors into frenzy on the battlefield. She is the washer at the ford, keening while she washes the bloody clothes of those destined to die. She is Hecate, who lights our way through the underworld. She is the terrifying Kali, who dances with abandon on the corpses of her enemies, wearing their severed heads as ornamentation. And she is Sekhmet, who drinks blood like wine. She is sometimes terrifying, her lessons often painful, but the dark goddess dwells within each of us and is a vital part of our being. She is the force that shines within us in our darkest hour and the face we turn to when we seek rebirth. She likes nothing better than to break us apart only to remake us anew. The dark goddess and the lessons she teaches are vital to our lives. Her destructive aspects teach us that there is death within life, that we are constantly changing and evolving. No matter what we have been through in our lives, we can rise from the ashes and, like Kali, dance ecstatically on the ruins of our old selves toward rebirth. As the fierce warrior drinking the blood of the slain, she is a no nonsense goddess, teaching us to make our voices heard, to stand up and be counted, and inspiring us to bring about change, both in ourselves and the world around us. And she is also the shadowy keeper of the dead, teaching us how to pierce the veil, to see into the future, and to commune with the beloved dead. Oh, excuse me. But she is also the side of the divine that we avoid the most, and as a consequence, we often have difficulty working with her. Dark gods rule over the things we fear the most. Some fear that working with this aspect of the dark goddess will bring out the darkest or worst part of themselves. Other times we are simply afraid to welcome change into our lives and finally release the things we keep buried deep within our souls. While working with the darker aspects of the goddess may make you face things about yourself you would rather ignore. Her path is one of transformation and ultimately one of healing. But where do we begin? How do we look past our fear, understand how to work with dark deities? My friend Gina will tell you that she thinks some people should have to take a test before they can work with goddesses like Hecate. The Morrigan, or Kali, I remember laughing at the idea as we sat around a bonfire in her yard one summer night, talking about how seeking out and working with dark goddesses had affected each of our lives and how others around us were affected by the touch of such gods. But then I really thought about it. These goddesses have a habit of turning your life upside down, breaking down barriers, and bringing about needed but often painful transformation. Some who dive headfirst into the realm of the dark goddess, they may find themselves overwhelmed, frustrated, and oftentimes stuck. We lose our way in the dark and don't quite know how to grope our way through the underworld and shadowlands we find ourselves in, or how to face the challenges given to us. The dark goddess has a habit of hammering lessons into our flesh until we have truly understood and worked through them. When we ask the gods for change, they are more than willing to give it to us, but we aren't always ready to go through that process of transformation. But if it were an easy process, it wouldn't be meaningful. Maybe we don't so much need a test, but a manual, a guide through the dark, a torch to light our way through the underworld, to give those who seek transformation a toolkit. It is my hope that this book will be just that, your guide through the dark, not only a guide to who the dark goddess is, but how to work with her, how to approach the work she gives us, bring true transformation into your life. How to approach the work she gives us, bring true transformation into your life, and navigate safely through her realm. In the first part of this book, we will look at who the dark goddess really is, misconceptions surrounding dark deities, and how to go about transformation and devotional work. Throughout the rest of the book, we will work in depth with goddesses from multiple pantheons as we move through our own journey of transformation. You will find spells and meditations, as well as workings to aid you in your journey. You will also find a few spells and invocations from the members of the Tuatha de Morrigan, a group with whom I have explored and honored dark deity, hosted retreats, and held public ritual for the last several years. As each of these individuals has had unique and significant experiences with the goddesses we will be working with, I offer their perspectives and include tools and techniques that these seasoned practitioners have used with success. Dark Goddess Craft is about delving into our own darkness and emerging renewed. It is learning how to dance in the void, knowing when to let certain aspects of our lives go, and making room for the new. It is a path of transformation, change, and healing. It is the art of learning to confront your shadows and truly discovering who you are. The dark goddess, in all her many faces and guises, stands at the threshold of the other worlds, waiting for us to learn her mysteries. Torch in hand, she waits to guide us through our inner darkness and lead us to rebirth. Will you follow her into the dark? The nature of dark gods. When I first began working with a deity, there is a certain kind of protocol I go through. It is the same whether or not I have chosen to connect to that particular god, or they have, as gods so often do, just appeared out of the blue, making demands in my life. The gods are very real to me. They are vibrant beings with their own personalities, tastes, likes, and dislikes. They move through my life like old friends and at times unexpected strangers. When you have heard the laugh of the Morrigan, it is impossible to confuse her for Caradwin or Hecate. The heat and coppery taste of Eris's energy is nothing like the fire that fuels Kali's dance. The vastness of Hecate's presence is not the same as that of Ershkigal. They are all very distinct from one another. Isn't that cool? Um, and getting to know a god is not unlike the processes we go through when we build a relationship with a new friend or lover. You begin to learn that person's personality. With the gods, I start by learning the myths of those particular deities and about the cultures they originate from. I make altars, I make offerings, and I do journey work to connect with them. It's important to understand the nature of the God you plan on working with. Ultimately, I trust my gods. They are not strangers to me. Sometimes I don't know where they are leading me. Sometimes I don't know where they are leading me. I may face their challenges willingly or go kicking and screaming. But there is trust between us because there is a long standing, deep relationship there. To work with dark gods requires that we delve into their nature. We will work closely with the individual goddesses and their myths, but first it is important to understand how dark deities as a whole function, who they are, how we have come to view them, and the processes they rule over. There are pitfalls and challenges to working with any deity, and there seems to be a consistent pattern to the challenges many of us run into when working with dark gods. And I think some of these arise because of how we are taught to approach the gods and how we have been taught to view change. Dark versus light. What exactly does it mean when we refer to a goddess or god as dark? Is this the darkness of the night sky, the void, the darkness where monsters live under the bed, or for that matter, what do we mean by light? Humans have a tendency to want to put things as vast and unknowable as the divine into boxes, to categorize and simplify them in an attempt to understand them better. We label things in our search for understanding. It's human nature. In modern paganism, we often divide deities into two camps, dark and light. Essentially, the idea of a god or goddess being dark or light is a modern one. It has no real place in ancient culture. Gods in every pantheon have always specialized in certain areas, whether that be agriculture, healing, or ruling the underworld. But in general, that is where the categorizing ended for our ancestors, dividing the divine into dualistic, often opposing natures, is very much in line with our modern concepts of gods and evil and stems from the influence of monotheistic religion. Today, we like to think of the world in terms of everything having its opposite. Very true. Instead of seeing that most things, including the gods, fall into a gray area. There is male and female, night and day, and good and evil. Dark deities are in no way evil, but what we have learned to do when we approach the gods in this manner is to label any deity that holds sway over a realm or concept that frightens us as dark. Gods who rule over death, change, war, violence, anger, and all the things that make life difficult or painful must also be dangerous and understandable in some way, not unlike the things they hold sway over. What we often fail to see is that dark gods are not the cause of these things, but rather the very beings who teach us to understand them, who challenge us to move past our fears and give us the strength to face some of the more painful, unavoidable things in life. The deities we label as dark today would not have been viewed as malevolent by our ancestors. The things modern people tend to have hang ups about are more removed from the lives of the ancient people who worshipped these gods. To our ancestors, deities like Mars or the Morrigan would be the kind of gods you wanted on your side if you were fighting a war or you were concerned for the safety of your village and family. We don't have to worry about invaders coming from the next town or apartment building to steal our food stores for the winter. In the past, a war goddess on your side was a very good thing. To ancient people, the gods we tend to treat with fear today would have been essential to their everyday lives. And conversely, the gods we tend to fear in modern times may not be so scary to our descendants. Maybe in 300 years, Aphrodite will be considered a dark goddess. Who knows? Defining dark as a term that always indicates something negative also has racial connotations. There is an element of cultural baggage around the idea that lightness is good or preferable and being darker is shameful when it comes to skin color. There is even a myth about how Parvati is shamed by another god who calls her dark skinned and she takes measures to lighten her appearance. The darkness she sheds, transforming into the goddess Kali, whose name means black because Kali's skin is usually known as black. We have to let go of the idea that dark within any context is a bad thing. These attitudes influence not just the way we look at each other, but how we perceive deity. The concept of gods of light is just as modern and at times rather misleading. We tend to assume that gods who do not deal with the things we fear all have motherly, loving traits to them. At times, I have found Brigid, who by modern standards fits this mold of being connected to light, to be just as challenging to work with as any dark goddess. She has her motherly side, yes, but her fires can burn you just as easily as they can spark inspiration. It is best to not assume to know the full nature of a god. Ultimately, I prefer not to categorize the gods. They are all very distinct from one another. They are multifaceted, just as I am many things to many people. So too are the gods. You may be a parent, a spouse, a child, and a coworker, and play many roles to different people, but you are still one person. When we put a label on something, we tend to forget that it is anything else but the label we have given it. It took me many years to see that the Morrigan has other aspects and faces. She can be dark and scary, but that is not the limit of her power or scope as a deity. The problem with labeling something dark or light is that we put blinders on and forget that the gods are more than the title or box people put them in. Throughout this book, I will refer to the goddesses we are working with as dark, but only because this has evolved into the terminology that we are most familiar with. I use the term dark only in the context of a grouping of deities that have similar functions relating to transformation. I suggest you take time to consider what the terms light and dark mean to you personally. Consider if thinking of the gods in these terms has limited your experiences with them and if you're comfortable using or discarding this terminology. Are all dark goddesses crones? Terms like dark or light are ultimately just generalizations, and with them come certain stigmas. In general, when we are talking about a dark goddess, it is almost always assumed that we are also talking about a crone. While the archetypal neo pagan crone is connected to death and some of the harsher mysteries the goddess embodies, the two are not mutually exclusive. In pantheons around the world, we find maiden and mother goddesses whose energies and lessons challenge us and teach us the mysteries of transformation and rebirth. We tend to relegate the happier and more appealing aspect of the divine feminine to the maiden and mother and pack all the darker and uncomfortable things into the crone's corner. While the crone is certainly connected to death and transformation, the myths and stories of goddesses around the world show us that the maiden and mother figures also have a darker side. Hecate, who is more often than not portrayed in modern art as a hag or crone, is shown as three young maidens in early Greek art. The concept that she appears only as an elderly woman is a fairly modern one, fitting our preconceived image of what a deity that deals with death and the underworld should look like. Likewise, Persephone, who descends into the underworld for half the year and rules as its queen, is a maiden figure who deals with transitions and the world of the dead. Sedna and the Welsh Blodwed, I never say that right, Bloodwedd, are also both young goddess figures who face difficult times and embody the independence and self ownership the dark goddess embodies. This idea that only the crone can embody the darker side of the feminine is why, when the discussion of dark gods in general comes up within paganism, it is often assumed that one is exclusively talking about male deities. The lessons and nature of a god have nothing to do with gender. There are many dark gods that are powerful allies to work with as well. Hades, Ares, and Crom, Cromdub, to name a few. Part of why I chose to center my focus here on dark goddesses is because they are often ignored. We have acquired an aversion to seeing femininity as a force of powerful, destructive change. But just as the concept of being a nurturer is not exclusively female, the concepts of strong action and destruction are not exclusively in the masculine realm either. We need to question why we automatically pigeonhole a goddess that appears as maiden in her myths, or one that just so happens to be a mother to certain relegated roles. The Irish Macha, Macha, is a mother, and one of her central myths involves how she birthed her twins. But she also goes off to war, fights in battles, and is known for her prophetic visions and eye for strategy. So is she a mother goddess simply because she bore children? Case closed. End of story. Or is she something more, just as Persephone is more than simply a maiden? Are dark gods dangerous? The idea that a god is dangerous doesn't sit well with many people, and this is perhaps the biggest reason. Many pagans shy away from working with dark gods. The deities we classify as dark are those who deal with or rule over the harsher, scarier parts of life. They are the sin eaters, those who rule over the land of the dead or usher spirits into the next world, those connected to the violence of war, those who have faced brutality in their myths, and those who rule over liminal and transformational space. Deities like this challenge Deities like to challenge us. They shake up our lives when they appear and force us to look at all the things that are uncomfortable about life and ourselves. In short, they are not happy mother goddesses who will pat us on the head and tell us everything will be okay. Instead, they are more likely to put a sword in our hands and tell us, like the Spartans, to come home with our shields in hand or laid on top of us. In short, they represent many of the things we are afraid of. And there is nothing more terrifying to most people than change. It's no wonder we are often reluctant to work with such gods, but more often than not, their transformational powers are exactly what we need in our lives. 10 years ago, saying the Morrigan's name at a pagan gathering was like saying Voldemort. She was that scary goddess, and I was often advised not to work with her. Now, the Morrigan is one of the most talked about and popular deities in Celtic paganism. To those who have answered her call, she can be a source of strength and power. She is not the only dark goddess whose worship has gained momentum. Slowly, we are starting to rethink how we approach deities we have dubbed to be dark. Ultimately, working with these deities is a process of transformation in itself. Even though the concept of labeling deities as dark or light is modern, walking the path of the dark goddess is not the same as working with other deities. Working with deities that bring about change and represent our own fears can be challenging, no matter what label I put on the Morrigan. She is still the Morrigan, and she is very, very good at making me face the things I'd rather hide from. So, are the gods dangerous? Well, the short answer is yes. And when you get down to it, isn't living dangerous too? Taking the subway or getting in your car can be dangerous, but it's a kind of risk or danger that you accept. Working with dark and dangerous gods can be like that. Life is not without risks any more than magic, working with the gods, or for that matter, working with other spiritual beings is. Consider what any good teacher will tell you about fairies or even angels. Most will advise you that caution is required when working with these beings. The Cid are not Tinkerbell. They can be beneficial to try to eat you. For the most part, no one has any qualms about labeling fairies as dangerous. After all, they can be at times. But it also doesn't negate that having a connection to them and working with them can be rewarding. The danger is understood. We understand that although many of the Cid have human like appearances, they are inherently not human. They are something different and distinct from us, and we can't expect them to play by human rules or have human moralities. Likewise, with angels, there is an understanding that they are not human. And if you have read the traditional descriptions of angels, they resemble fat little winged babies about as much as the Cid resembled Tinkerbell. You'll find they can be quite scary. Some have thousands of eyes or animal heads and rain down the wrath of God with pleasure. But again, we have an easier time accepting the danger and the understanding that some are beneficial and others we may have to be wary about or take certain precautions with. I mean, this, when ugh, when I first read this, I definitely recommend, this book. But as you go further into it, it's very explanatory, which is good. But you can only read so long, and then you got to take a break because your brain can only decipher so much information at any one time. But eventually, through here, I forget exactly which part she goes into. The author goes into a very scary meditation of sorts that she went through that had to do with the washer at the ford that is washing the blood off the clothes of the fallen warriors. Because when she has her experience, she says at first it was very alarming because of the appearance of the goddess at that particular time and for the reason she appeared that way. And the way she described her, she had long, stringy hair, claw-like hands, I think she was wearing some kind of a robe or dress or something like that. And she was literally standing in the middle of this river that was literally a river of blood. The author approached her. They had a conversation. And then the goddess proceeds to start taking chunks out of her flesh. Now you might think, oh shit, this ain't good. So the goddess takes her pound of flesh. The author falls back into the river and seems to disintegrate to nothing. But then moments later, she comes back up out of the water and she's completely transformed. She looks exactly as she did before, but in here and in here, everything changed. It's enlightening and it's scary, yes, but you've got to get past the fear. And sometimes people can't. They can't get past the fear, so they never get to experience what the goddess could have taught you if you would have gone through with the process. Because basically, she takes her clawed hands and completely disassembles you, but then puts you back together. And in the putting back together, that is your transformation. You will have a different knowledge of things. You will have a different perception of things, a different way you look at things. It's I'm not going to know what it's like until I go through it myself. And I'm not sure when that's going to be. Will you quit?
I made her disappear.
That was Dad thinking he's being funny. Put a freaking Kleenex down in front of the camera. Oh. Part of the symbolism and reason behind tearing you down to where you're nothing, but then reforming you, that is your rebirth. That is letting go of old ways of thinking, of old ways of doing things. But all in all, you got to get past the fear. Because when it talks, it's when it comes to working with dark goddesses and gods. Remember, they're all about everything that we fear. Okay? But sometimes the only way to get over that fear is you have to face it. You have to accept, acknowledge, and be grateful for the transformation. But yeah,
He's making himself at home.
They don't do it lightly. Is the end result worth it? I would say so, yes, because some of the hardest things to face about ourselves is those parts that we don't like to talk about, those parts that remain hidden. And a lot of them, sadly, are fear-based. I got to get my plastic in my diet. Get down to the crumbs. These were some different cracker things that we decided to try. And
baked Ritz with ranch seasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Hold off on any of the cupcakes.
Yeah.
Because I didn't get a chance to. Well, I want Alicia to know, or not Alicia. Maria to know that I got them for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I'm gonna have one too, at least.
Oh yeah.
But I got them for both of you since she doesn't have anyone who can buy her stuff for Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm. Now that's something I can,
Do you have the red?
I can understand, huh?
Do you have the red velvet butt cake?
Yeah, I know. But there is a lot more to read, so I don't want to keep you up till 3 o'clock in the morning reading. But I will definitely read some more at on a future live, because like I said, you can't overdo it. And I definitely don't want to cause you to have horrendous nightmares or anything because of something I read. like I was causing myself. But if you're going to work with dark gods, the main rule of thumb to me is you've got to get over the fear. You've got to be able to trust that there's a reason.
She probably already has horrendous nightmares just thinking about the fact that she's joining this family with someone like me in it.
No comment. But when it gets down to being able to read that whole first section, it's a lot to read, but it's very engaging and very enlightening, and it gives you another perspective to look at things, another viewpoint than strictly fear-based. Don't work with them, they're scary. Well, life is scary. There are any number of things we do as humans that can be equally scary. Getting in situations that we almost don't get out of, without somebody getting hurt. Getting in bad situations, bad relationships, not having a good relationship with your family, not having that closeness that so many of us strive to have and hope to have, but it can't always be attained because it takes all parties involved. They have to have an equal willingness to commit to it and to strive to do better themselves as people and spiritually evolve to a point to where they can cut the bullshit, sit down as a family, and be able to talk things through without a bunch of judgment, blame, criticism, and all that kind of stuff. Well, if you didn't do this, maybe this would be better. If you did this, maybe this would be better, or wouldn't be. I mean, it's individually, sometimes we have to figure out things for ourselves. Because in so doing, that's the only way that you can learn some of the lessons that the gods and goddesses try to teach us. But like Maria, I don't know that with her condition, with her handicap, basically, is probably about the lightest way to say it, because I'm not trying to say it to be hurtful or mean or anything. Because of what the stroke did to her and her different way of looking at things now, and sometimes the annoyance of feeling like you're talking to a child because you have to keep repeating things over and over and over again, and you have to come up with explanations that she just don't get. So no matter how hard you try to help her understand, she just don't anymore. I don't know. I don't see it ever being possible because of her fragility of mind, body, and spirit, and all that she has suffered, and some of the bad experiences she's had with spirits, and spirits picking her cat up and flinging them across the room trying to kill him. And that entity and energy was so bad that it took the house being 3 times blessed before the energy finally went away. First and foremost, she had a priest from, I don't remember if it was one of the churches that her godmother goes to or what, but she considered this priest her priest. And I mean, Maria is not one really that I've ever seen go to church, but she's Catholic, so she's still religious. And for a Catholic, I find it very fascinating, and I think it's great that she's really setting up this nice Jewish altar to honor Yehoshua, even though she herself is not Jewish. I don't think she's gonna ever be able to work with dark goddesses, because I don't think that she would be able to let go of the fear and learn to trust them, and be willing to accept the dark side in herself. which, everybody has a dark side, everybody has a light side. Life becomes the challenge of maintaining the balance between the two. The darkest or the closest to dark magic that I would ever do would be gray magic, which is no more than an equal amount of dark magic and light magic combined in the right proportions and the right balance, so that it's not considered evil, black, or wrong in any way, which sadly some people do view it that way. They're just so full of fear that they don't even want to try and understand what the dark gods are really about, what the dark goddesses are really about. And a lot of people don't want to admit that they have a dark side, but everybody does. My dark side is not nice. And sometimes that meanness is a means of survival. It's how we keep the bullies at bay. It's how we keep ourselves from being taken for granted, overwhelmed by wayward friends, meaning they're only truly your friends to your face, but the minute your back is turned, they're your worst enemy. Oh, geez, it's almost 9 here, sweetie, so it's almost 2 there. You want me to let you go so you can sleep? Are you okay? Because, I imagine the boys have to, at least 2 of them have to go to school tomorrow, don't they? I leave it up to you. I just, if you're like falling asleep or something, I don't want to keep you on here, hon. But it'll be fun, to do the reveal and, the next day or so, to see how our lovely batch and everything that we did together come out. I can't wait to see the wands because I feel like they're just going to be stunning. We're going to both look at them and go, oh, wow, I want one. And yes, if you want to pick one of those for yourself, you absolutely can. Just let me know what one you like and I'll put it back for you, because that's the whole purpose of having the mold. I can always recast, one of those again in like a future batch or something. But yeah, I keep looking at, I'm loving this pink. I think it's so pretty. I need to get me a set of paintbrushes though, because I'm kind of looking for the ones that are like small, because I don't want one too big, because I don't want to like completely cover the surface of the witch coins. I'm just strictly want to be able to make the symbol stand out, so that as soon as you look at it, you don't have to like twitch it around and move it around in the light to see it. You can see it because the white paint makes it stand out. And the resin kits that I've gotten, because I've gotten so many of them, they come, the big $20 kits come with a white tube of paint. So you can, paint one side of some of the pieces if you like. And I feel like, I want people to be able to see the witch coins clearly, because there may be some of them may not have the greatest eyesight, so they need to be able to have the image stand out. Simply Hypnotic. Okay, $34.39 is how much I ended up paying for the resin that's coming tomorrow. And well, okay, so yeah, it broke me again, but at least rent's paid, all my obligations were met, and because of the fact that these 8-ounces were babies, you don't get as much out of them. But yeah, I think I am gonna, unless you want me to stay on, sweetie, I think I'm gonna let you go so you can get some sleep and everything. And as soon as these pieces are completely done and completely hardened like they're supposed to be in the next couple of days, I'll definitely do a live stream on here and do the reveal, because I can't wait to see how they turned out. And pink is one of those colors that it is among my favorites because it does tend to make me the happiest. Not to mention, I have a pink fairy that has a lot of pink in her, like pink clothing, pink hair, maybe pink in her wings. But I feel like her wings are kind of like a shimmer prism rainbow something or other. So I'm gonna. Did I get pop on the? Okay, good. I thought I got pop on the screen. I'm gonna go ahead and end this. We've been on here 4 hours, 13 minutes, and some odd seconds. Love you, love the boys. Good night. Blessed be. Thanks for helping me with those today. And I'll see you next live, which will probably be in the next day or so. Tomorrow, if you're doing your live on TikTok, I will be there. So, bye. Love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.